trigger laws are taking away the constitutional rights of millions of women and families. House Democrats passed the Women's Health Protection Act to codify the right to reproductive health care. Sadly, the Senate did not. Today, we're considering an enhanced version of that bill, as well as the Ensuring Access to Abortion Act. Together with executive actions the administration has already taken, these bills make clear that we are going to fight tooth and nail to stop politicians and an activist court from interfering in personal medical decisions that should stay between a woman and their doctors. We're also considering H.R. 6538, the Active Shooter Alert Act. It's alarming that this bill failed to pass on suspension. I think it's outrageous that some members don't even want to tell their constituents which way to run in the event of a shooting, but here we are. And we are once again considering S3373, the Honoring Our Pact Act, to expand health benefits for veterans exposed to toxic substances during their service. This time around, we will send this critical bill to the President's desk. Finally, we will consider the FY 2023 National Defense Authorization Act. The NDAA is a challenging endeavor to get done each year, and I appreciate the work of the chair and the ranking member and their staff who put in countless hours to get this done. I want to note that we've seen a record number of amendments submitted to this bill this year, almost 50% more than last year. I think it's something like over 1,200 amendments have been submitted. We have actually received the most of any legislation before the Rules Committee ever, in fact. I don't think it will be a surprise to anyone here that I have concerns about the overall level of spending in this bill, and others think it's not enough, and that's what always happens every time we deal with this bill. But there are a lot of good ideas that are included in here. I particularly appreciate the 4.6% pay raise for service members, the $15 minimum wage for workers on federal service and construction contracts, and more resources to combat sexual assault in the military. But like many, I also believe we need to examine our priorities as a country and expand our definition of national security to include things like making sure people have housing, that people are not hungry, that our environment is protected, and investing in our workers, children, families, and communities. So this is going to be a long day. So I would encourage everybody to be brief in their remarks and in their questions, and I would encourage our witnesses to be equally brief in your response so we can get through all of this today. And with that, I'm happy to turn this over to the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today's hearing covers 4 items. The first I'll discuss is a bipartisan committee product, H.R. 7900, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023. For 61 years, the NDAA has become law with broad bipartisan and bicameral support. This has only been possible because of the immense cooperation from both sides of the aisle, and is a testament to what we can accomplish when we focus on our shared goals as a nation. I applaud both the chairman and ranking member of the Armed Services Committee for continuing this historic tradition and producing a bill worthy of support by both parties. It is essential that we ensure their good work on behalf of our military is not marred by divisive political issues. At a time when we are witnessing continued strife on the international stage, it's more important than ever that Congress speaks with a unified voice when setting defense policy and funding priorities. From Russia's invasion to Ukraine, to the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan, to Communist China's ongoing aggression in Asia and the Pacific Rim, America's adversaries are becoming emboldened. It is the responsibility of Congress to act to set appropriate defense policies to ensure that these aggressive actors are countered and deterred and our allies receive the support they need. This year's NDAA exemplifies what we can accomplish when we choose to work together in a bipartisan fashion. The Armed Services Committee reported the bill before us with only a single vote against us. This kind of consensus and resulting bipartisan product was made possible because of a process that ensured all voices were heard and all ideas were considered. The NDAA calls for spending $850 billion on defense needs in fiscal year 2023, a 7% increase over the previous year and a $37 billion increase over the President's budget request. No more will we see the chronic underfunding that was the hallmark of the Obama-Biden years, and no more will we allow President Biden to get away with cutting our defense funding in real terms at times of national crisis. Instead, we'll ensure that our defense needs are appropriately funded. The bill includes a significant 4.6% pay raise for our armed services personnel and includes funding to provide additional support to personnel who make the least to offset the inflation caused by this administration's policies. The bill ensures that we will have funding to build 13 new battle fleet ships and will only retire 12 ships, thus continuing progress toward the goal of a 355-ship strong Navy. It provides appropriate investments in new technologies and new weapon systems, which will improve our warfighting capabilities into the 21st century. On the whole, I'm pleased with this bill, and I thank Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers for their hard work in getting us to this point. I hope that we see more bipartisan legislation like this coming to the Rules Committee in the future. The second item I'll discuss was the recently added Rules Committee print of Senate 3373, the Honoring Our Pact Act. While I'm frustrated by the process this bill has gone through, I believe we have failed to provide our nation's toxic exposed veterans with the care they need for too long. And while I share the concerns of many about the use of mandatory spending in this bill, it takes important strides forward and will ensure that a previous wrong has been righted. So I do plan to support it. Our other two bills are unfortunately both partisan ones, which have no chance of ever becoming law. The first of these I'll address is H.R. 8296. It should be very familiar to us since the House already passed it once this Congress along partisan lines. This bill would insert a right to an abortion into federal law, preempting every state law that seeks to protect life. As every member here knows, the Supreme Court recently reconsidered the great misguided tragedy of Roe v. Wade and has rightfully returned the power to the states to make decisions for themselves to protect innocent and vulnerable unborn life. But with today's bill, the majority is seeking to require states to allow abortion on demand at any time up to the point of birth. If the majority has its way, no more would states be able to protect conscience rights. No more would they be able to ban barbaric procedures like dismemberment abortions. No more would they be able to prevent abortions targeting fetuses with Down syndrome. And no more would states and their voters be allowed to govern themselves. Instead, it would impose liberal, progressive views from Washington on every state in the country. The last time we considered this measure, I reminded this committee of the words of the Declaration of Independence, that the right to life is one of those inalienable life endowed upon all of us, even unborn children, by our Creator. This is no less true today than it was the first time we considered this measure. I once again ask my colleagues to remember those words and remember the unborn and reject this egregious measure. The last item I'll discuss is H.R. 8297, which also addresses this same topic. H.R. 8297 would prohibit states from imposing limitations on interstate abortion services. But this bill, too, is deeply misguided. It would have the effect of preventing states from adopting common sense protections for the unborn, such as provisions banning mail order or telemedicine abortion services. It creates serious questions about state licensure requirements and not simply regarding abortion. And it will potentially limit the rights of parents by creating a cause of action for outsiders to interfere with parent-child relationships. It's unfortunate that we're considering these two misguided bills, Mr. Chairman. I continue to stand with those who seek to protect life, and I know that every one of my Republican colleagues will do the same. I urge this committee and this House to reject these two bills. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member yields back. I'd like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on H.R. 7900, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Rogers, we are delighted that you are here. I now recognize the gentleman from Washington, Chairman Smith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I will certainly strive to be brief, given the amount of work that you have to do today. I know that there were over 1,200 amendments submitted that you have to sort through and now deal with throughout the day. So I will quickly summarize this, but first, I want to thank the Rules Committee and your staff for the incredible work of working through those amendments, making sure we do it in a bipartisan way. We consider the amendments as best as we can, and we move the process forward. And I associate myself with Mr. Cole's remarks about the process here is really important. We have a bipartisan bill, once again, that worked its way through committee. We actually had, I think, over 800 amendments submitted in the committee process, which we sorted through. But I think we, once again, have produced a good product the right way. I think it's a good example of how we can get legislation done that is important, do it in a bipartisan way, and do it through regular order to respect the process and respect the rights of all members to participate. I think this bill is particularly important in light of the national security challenges that we face and the rapid pace of change that we face. We have a complex threat environment, certainly, when you look at Russia and China and Iran, North Korea. Transnational terrorist organizations are still active. The war in Ukraine is a devastating threat to peace, stability, and democracy, not just in Eastern Europe, but across the globe, that we are working with partners to try and address. So we have to make sure that we have a strong bill and that Congress exercises its prerogative and responsibility to exercise oversight of the Department of Defense, and that's what we attempt to do here. In particular, inflation, also an impact. We have provisions in this bill to help service members and their families deal with that. The last thing that I want to mention is, in addition to that complex threat environment, the pace of technology is an enormous challenge to make sure that we continue to provide our servicemen and women with all of the tools and the best technology and the best equipment they need to meet our national security needs. And this bill makes an investment in those new technologies. It focuses on artificial intelligence, on cyber warfare, on directed energy and hypersonics, the weapons that are going to be so crucial going forward to have an adequate deterrent. As missile technology gets better, as electronic warfare gets better, you can have, a big, robust system with an incredible amount of firepower that can be taken out in the blink of an eye if you don't have adequate cyber protections, and if you don't have protections against missiles, and if you don't have better missiles. Put simply, whoever can see farthest and shoot farthest wins. And that is an increasingly complicated battle to make sure that we have the technology that puts us in a position to do that. I want to actually give a quick shout out to the past chairman of this committee, Mr. Thornberry, who was such a leader on acquisition reform to put us in a better position to do that. And lastly, I want to thank my partner, Mr. Rogers, the ranking member, and the Armed Services Committee staff. We have a bipartisan staff that did an incredible job bringing this bill through committee and working with the Rules Committee on this process here today. And I will just say also for other members, we don't need 1,200 amendments. And past a certain point, it becomes more difficult to do this. And I hope members will be more judicious in how they present this. At a certain point, you simply can't process it. We want to be able to do this in an intelligent way, but not everything has to be an amendment. Try to be more selective so that our staffs can do the job. There are going to be amendments that we're not going to let in here simply because we don't have time to go through them. So I would urge members to be more selective in how they approach that. But one way or the other, we will fight our way through that and get it done as we always do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I now yield to Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member, I appreciate you having us here today, and I want to thank your staff for helping us get this bill to the floor. They've been great to work with. I want to thank Chairman Smith, who has been a great leader and a partner in this process, and I will adhere to the chairman's request that I be brief and not read this to you, but I do want to point out a couple of things that go to your opening statement. We did put a 4.6% pay raise in this bill, and on top of that, for enlisted personnel, another 2.4%. We put $500 million in for housing allowances to help with the skyrocketing cost of housing, and $750 million to reduce the price of food at commissaries for base personnel. So there are some things that address your concerns on food equity and housing here. I won't go back through the issues that the chairman mentioned, but I do want to emphasize the point that he made, and that is we don't need 1,200 amendments on this bill. We went through 800 in committee. I would ask that when y'all are dealing with things outside our jurisdiction, that if it doesn't help the warfighter, it doesn't need to be in this bill. It's hard enough to get this thing across the finish line as it is. So anything like that really just makes it harder for us to get this thing passed. This is a very bipartisan product. It's good for the warfighter, and I urge its support. And I yield back.
Thank you.
How was
very
that?
much. You know, spectacular. Let me ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a statement of administration policy in support of H.R. 7900. And let me just say to both of you, thank you for your nice words about the staff on the Rules Committee. They work awfully hard, harder than most people know. And we want to thank your staffs as well, who, and on this bill, worked equally as hard, so we're grateful. But you guys are so good and so succinct that I don't have a single question. I yield to Mr. Cole.
Gosh, I should follow your example, but I won't. But I do want to begin by congratulating both of you. And you clearly run the most popular committee in Congress, because everybody wants to legislate, whether they're a member of your committee or not. And as both of you pointed out, quite often on things not related to your area. But you both just, and your members and your staff, have just done a tremendous job, I think, for the country. You know, no mystery to any of us. We live in a very divided time with very narrow majorities, and for you two to have come together and produced this product in the manner in which you have, with a good deal of give and take, just reflects, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member, on both of you and the leadership that you've both demonstrated in this process. Quick question, though. Just reflecting on the process, there are clearly a lot of areas that you felt worked particularly well. Any of them you'd recommend to other committees so they would bring us legislation to this committee that both the chair and the ranking member have, come to agreement on? Because there's lots of points of controversy. I know there had to be a lot of give and take on your respective sides in the discussion amongst your members.
Say, folks need to be sensitive to the other side's concerns. You know, the chairman and I have worked very hard to make sure we didn't produce a product that would be problematic for our members. And he was up front with me about what he needed, and I was up front with him about what would be problems for me. And we worked around those things to make sure we wound up with a product that got a 57-to-1 vote. And the one no would have been a no matter what the bill had in it. So we're very proud of that, but it's a matter of trying to work with each other and being sensitive to what each side needs to get to good, and we both did that.
Yeah, I said transparency is the really important part, to work with, both Republicans and Democrats and be open about what you're trying to do. You won't always agree. And also then, I say respect for democracy, too. We put a lot of things out there. We disagreed. We had a vote. We debated. We had a vote. Came out. Sometimes you win. Sometimes you don't. Not the end of the world if you don't win every single one. Respect that and respect the process, and that's what we try to do. I would say also that the fact that the bulk of our staff on the committee is bipartisan, the only committee in Congress that has a bipartisan staff, that I think works really well as the majority flips back and forth. You have members with institutional experience, not just partisan experience.
Well, I tell you, as a guy who began his career in Congress as a member of your committee, this brings me back to the days of Duncan Hunter and Chairman Skelton and the manner in which they worked together so well. The years as they changed the chairmanship and ranking member status, but we still got a good product every year. And so you guys have really continued that convention. I tend to agree with the chairman. 1,200 amendments is an unwieldy number of amendments to be submitted. And I attribute that in part, frankly, to members being frustrated on their own committees in being able to bring forward their ideas. And so they latch onto something they think's going to move. And all of a sudden, we're confronting. I, again, associate myself with our chairman's remarks. I appreciate your staffs and our staff and the amount of work that has gone. And frankly, it's been a good give and take process as we've discussed the amendments. And I think we've tried to adopt basically the attitude, Mr. Chairman, you laid out, which is, you don't win every one. You don't get every amendment you want made in order. If there are some made in order, you'd prefer not to be made in order. But at the end of the day, this is still an awfully good product And I think the process in your committee set us up to be successful here in this committee, and that helps a great deal. But, you know, bypassing normal committee processes on other committees, I think we find ourselves, because of that, with an impossible number of amendments, looking to hitch a ride. So I think you both addressed this, but I'll ask you so you can do it one more time. Is this a good use of your time, having to go through 1,200 different amendments?
Well, it's a delicate and difficult balance in that I think it is a good use in the sense of the process of being inclusive, transparent, you know, regular order and all of that. I think it's then, every process though depends upon people being reasonable and respecting not just, you know, what they want, but what others want as well. You know, you can't be the first person in line at the buffet and take all the food and expect people not to hate you, basically. You got to find a way to balance this out. Get what you want, but don't think that you want absolutely everything. I always think of the It's a Wonderful Life scene when they're trying to keep the bank open. You say, don't take everything. And the first guy says, yeah, I want everything. But enough people are willing to not take it all, that there's enough left for everybody else. So you have to have respect for other folks, not get caught up in the idea that what you want is the only thing that matters in the world, is going to save absolutely everything. Broaden your perspective. But I'd hate to see us, you know, artificially chop the process off, because I think that transparency, that inclusion is what ultimately gets us the support. But you have to do it within a reasonable framework, and I think we're pushing the outer edges of that now with the number of amendments.
Yeah, I think that we've got to remember this is the NDA, not an omnibus. And that's what we have to remind people when they try to bring these amendments.
That's not surprisingly wise advice. In a bill this extensive, you know, you obviously dealt with a lot of sessions, as you said. You weren't able, either of you, to get everything you wanted. I was very pleased to see, you know, your authorization number went well beyond the president's budget. Basically, in approach, we just took the president's budget and tried to operate within that number. Here, I think you sat down and looked, okay, what does the warfighter really need in an inflationary era and an era of multiplying challenges, and again, came up with a good job. Is there anything either of you would have liked to have seen in this bill that we ought to be considering going forward that you weren't able to get in?
That's a dangerous question at this juncture of the process, so I'm gonna not answer that for the moment. We're gonna live with what we got and try to get it through.
Ditto.
Okay, I thought I'd give you each a chance to swing if you wanted one. And the last point, legislation passed your committee, as you pointed out, 57-1. And it represents hundreds, if not thousands, of member ideas and input. What would happen if this doesn't get the broad bipartisan support that it got in your committee and you know, doesn't make it through the legislative process? How damaging would it be to not get this authorization passed?
Well, the number one biggest damage thing about that is it is our responsibility in Congress to exercise oversight of the executive branch, just in general. And I think there are a few more important places to exercise that oversight than at the Department of Defense. Number one, because it is such a paramount duty to provide national security for the country. But number two, because it's one of the largest budgets in government. And we are representatives of the people, and the people have concerns about how DOD is doing a wide variety of things. We've been pushing them on the audit issue, just for example. And they're not there yet, but they're a heck of a lot further down the road than they would be if we hadn't pushed them. We've pushed them on a number of diversity issues from our side to make sure that we're respecting that. It is our prerogative to exercise oversight. And once you don't pass an authorizing bill, then Congress is put on the sidelines. The people's voice isn't heard in the setting of crucial policy. I mean, I could get into all kinds of specific items that would be out and gone, but that's the overarching point. And if we don't do it, then we don't have the ability to exercise the oversight that the people expect us to exercise.
Yeah, and that's important. The fact is that the Defense Department does not want to change. It's just, it's an institution that's averse to it. When it does change, it does it very slowly. We force that with NDAA every year. We force them to do the things they need to do. And that's particularly important right now with the China threat that we've got facing us over the next few decades. What's happening in Eastern Europe right now is important. We've got to stay focused on that. and be successful. But there's nothing more important than our pivot to Indo-PACOM and the threat that China forces us to deal with. And passing this NDAA every year forces the Defense Department to meet that challenge, to get ahead of that curve. So it is incredibly important. And plus, if we don't do it, it sends a terrible message to our troops that all of a sudden this has become partisan too. And the defense of this nation should never be a partisan topic.
Well, I will tell you, as a senior defense appropriator, we're going to do our very best to make sure that we get to your authorized number, because I think it makes a lot more sense than the one we operated with in the Defense Appropriations Bill. We have reported that bill out of committee. I doubt it will be presented to the floor because it can't pass, quite honestly, at the number we've got, whereas the number you've got, I think, would attract the kind of bipartisan support that we need to move the bill. So I think you've not only done a good job in your work as authorizers, but you've put pressure on the appropriations process in an appropriate way, so that we go back and relook at the numbers and get our warfighters what they need, which I think this bill comes closer to reflecting, quite honestly, than the bill we had before the Appropriations Committee 2 weeks ago or a week ago. And so, again, thank you for your good work. I think you've not only done a terrific job in presenting us this product, I think you've set a very high standard that hopefully the rest of us on the appropriations end of this can go through, because I always remind my friends on both sides of the aisle, you know, you can have all the authorization bills you want, but if the check's not there, it doesn't make a lot of difference. And you've given us the guidelines, I think, in your bill to write the appropriate size check for the dangerous times in which we live. So, again, thank both of you, thank your members, thank your staff. It's an exceptional job. I look forward, once we work through our process here, of voting for the base bill when we get it on the floor. And hopefully we can do things that make it easy for us to come together as a Congress, as you two did in your process and brought your committee together with a 57-1 vote. That's pretty exceptional in this day and age. So, again, thank you for your good work, and look forward to continue to work with you both as we go forward and make sure that we have the wherewithal in terms of resources to achieve the vision that you've laid out in this bill of constructive change and strengthening our posture around the world. So thank you both very much. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Torres. Ms. Fishbach.
I almost hate to even say anything because it's going so well right now. I don't want to break the, but I would like to associate myself with the remarks of the ranking member, because I appreciate the issue of the bipartisanship. And I did just want to say, you know, I do appreciate that you know, given that the National Guard is the main presence in my state, that the bill maintains the C-130 fleet, and so I appreciate that, because that is what we have for military presence in Minnesota. The other thing, maybe just a little bit to discuss, is some of the provisions regarding Ukraine in the bill. Not a criticism, just kind of curious if you could talk a little bit about those, give us some idea. And because it is one of the things that we hear in the district is, you know, we're sending a lot of money to Ukraine, and how is it being used effectively?
Yeah, we have a couple of issues there. I mean, we do have a Ukraine security initiative which authorizes $1 billion, but we also have oversight of that, of how that money is being spent and tracking. It's difficult. I mean, it's an emergency situation. There's a war going on. We're not going to be able to keep track of all of it, but we do put oversight into it, and we do authorize that money. And I think it is important that we continue to support Ukraine, and we continue to support the coalition that is supporting Ukraine. I mean, look, we cannot overstate the threat that what Russia is doing to the global order. They are attempting to kill and murder their way to grabbing sovereign territory from another nation and hoping that the rest of the world will simply lose interest and let them do it. And if they do that, you know, they're not going to stop. You saw what the initial war plan was going into Kyiv. The only thing that stopped that was the ineptitude of the Russian military combined with the courage of the Ukrainian people and the support we were able to give them. If we back down on that, whatever small successes the Russians have had in eastern Ukraine, they will then take that and continue to press forward. So I think we have to make that case to the American people about why it's important, and then we also have to have oversight of that money. We have to make sure that it's going. But I think we've seen in the last couple of weeks in particular the impact that the weapons that we've been able to get to Ukraine have started to have. So I think they are being effectively used, and we need to make that case and make sure that's what's happening.
And Ranking Member, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
I fully agree with everything the chairman just said. I can't overstate how important it is that we be successful there. He's right. They will not stop at the Ukrainian border, and virtually every other country around there is a NATO ally, which would trigger Article 5 and pull us into a war. We don't want to have troops on the ground over there. We need Ukraine to be successful. We need to help them be successful. I would point out that there's continuing funding in here that we have been funding since 2015 to provide training and weapons to the Ukrainian military. I went over there right after the invasion of Crimea in 2014, and one of the reasons the Ukrainian military has been so successful is we have been over there since 2014 training them along with our NATO partners and providing them with the skill sets they need to be effective now. So when you look at the ferocity with which they're fighting and the success that they've had, part of it's their hatred for Russia and the desire to protect their sovereignty, but they're able to do it because we've helped them get there, and we want to continue to help them. This bill does that.
Thank you very much. I just have, and Ranking Member, maybe you can just talk a little bit about, obviously the vaccine mandates are a big concern, but I do know that there is some negotiating going, or that you had some information or provisions in here regarding that?
Yeah, obviously, we're not happy with the way the military's been handling this, but we did do some good things in this bill. One of the things we extended, we just took away the deadline on which people have to be allowed to leave without getting a dishonorable discharge. Now, if you do have to leave the military, it's going to be with an honorable discharge. We're requiring them to let us know what this vaccine mandate is having, what kind of effect it's having on recruitment and retention. And they've got to report back to us within 180 days on that. I think it's going to be meaningful to get that information. But it's not a good situation. It's just, I don't like the way they've handled it, but it is what it is. We've got an administration that's going to keep that pedal to the metal, and we'll just have to see what the results are for this study.
All right. Thank you very much, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Ms. Scanlon.
I just want to thank the chair and ranking member for their fortitude in sorting through the thousands of amendments and trying to balance everyone's needs, and really appreciate the work you've done, particularly with respect to needs from my district. So I yield back.
Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to express my appreciation. I have the great privilege of serving on the Armed Services Committee now. This is my second NDAA, and I don't come from a district that has a big military base, and I don't have a military background. So, when you come onto the committee, there's a lot to learn, and I hope I'll be learning for a while. But I want to say, as a new member, how much I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, your staff and the openness that they have, and Mr. Rogers and the ranking member. It really is a privilege to sit on the committee, and someone asked me why I wanted to be a member of the committee, and I said to them that if the national government was limited in the activities it could be involved in, defense would be certainly, if not be first, one of the first among them. It's so critically important to every American that we have a strong defense, and we're thoughtful about the policies we engage to make sure that we're prepared in the event we have reason to engage our warfighters. And the process really that we go through, that my staff I've been privileged to go through with the staff of the committee, has really been very open, very thoughtful. Even going through the many amendments, which we did, I thought we did in a pretty responsible and quick way. And so to the ranking member of this committee's comments, I completely agree and want to associate myself with the work of the staff. I also want to thank the Rules Committee and their staff. I think you know, the people who work so hard to make this, even though I would agree that 1,200 amendments seems an awfully lot to consider here. But the fact is, the conversations we have over a period of months leading up to it, people have been very open, have been very thoughtful when we make suggestions that can't be done. It's after a reasoned conversation, but people have been very open. So it's bipartisan, it's thoughtful, and I just wanted to express again my appreciation to the chair, to the ranking member, to all the members of the committee, and it really is a privilege to be on the Armed Services Committee. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for really being an example for how Congress can work for the good of all of our people and for our strategic position in this country and in this world. And passing the NDAA is one of the most important legislative responsibilities that we have in Congress. It's helped influence our country's ability to carry out its domestic and foreign strategies for decades. And many of the amendments that have been offered have been bipartisan, and there's been real teamwork that's going on to make this bill even better than it is after coming out of your committee. My home state of North Carolina is a very military-friendly state, and Fort Bragg, which is located 1 hour outside of my district, is the United States' largest military base, with a population of well over 200,000, including Army retirees and family members. And this bill takes care of them, and I thank you for that. It increases their pay 4.6% for service members and DoD civilians to ensure that we can recruit and retain members of our armed forces. It focuses on strengthening cybersecurity capabilities, addresses contamination around military installations, which has happened in North Carolina quite a lot, and it's invested in our HBCUs. And last year's NDAA appropriated over $260 million to North Carolina military bases with investments in water infrastructure, aircraft maintenance, and operational expenses. I've offered 4 bipartisan amendments that have been ruled in order. I hope they're not the onerous ones, but you'll see them as ones that will really enhance both the military and the health and safety of members of our military and contribute to our country. I support the bill and the rule, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Gentlemen, it's good to see you. Always good to see you. I've got a couple, 3 questions. First involves the Defense Production Act. And I've had a number of inquiries from Mr. Courtney concerning adding Australia and potentially the United Kingdom to the Defense Production Act. Have either of you been involved in this effort at all?
Not actually.
You're not familiar with this?
Not at all. I mean, I have a loose understanding of a couple aspects of that. What we're interested in doing is, when you come to supply chain issues, which we've all wrestled with, trusted partners as a mean to meet those supply chains. Because part of our problem is we're so reliant on China, which is not a trusted partner right now. So can we help build up the capacity? I know in particular with Australia, I did a trip down there to look at the beginnings of the AUKUS deal and some of the technologies they're using to build the submarines they're going to build. How can we take advantage of that? Rare earth minerals. Australia has some capabilities there. So expanding it that way. I didn't know how that related directly to the Defense Production Act. That's the only part of it that I was not familiar with.
The way it relates is that it would be an amendment to the NDAA, and that is how it would become.
Well, I understand that, but to do what? That's what I was.
Well, the question is that something that's appropriate? Right now, Canada is part of the Defense Production Act, but the other 3 are not. So United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and I don't know who the Five Eyes are. I guess that's 5 right there.
Right.
But to include them as part of an effort on the supply chain, you're precisely correct on the need for it, particularly on rare minerals, which is where Australia would be sort of paramount because they have a lot of it, and to avoid any supply chain disruption, either because of Russia or China or some other third party.
Yeah, no, and I'm open to doing that. It's just, as I understand, the Defense Production Act is the U.S. basically calling
It is,
upon.
and actually, the language is domestic production. So you're correct in that analysis as well. We've had letters from the ambassador to the United States from Australia requesting this particular amendment that Mr. Courtney is looking for, as well as the defense minister. So something I, as a member of this committee, will be looking at as part of the process. Had some questions from the gentleman from Guam, Mr. San Nicolas, concerning some amendments pertaining to Guam and its ability to provide housing with respect to members of our military that are stationed in Guam. Are either of you familiar with this? Can you explain it a little bit to me, Mr. Smith?
Probably not. I'm familiar with it, but I'm forgetting the details. It does have something to do with this particular status. I think it's an issue that we need to address. But I'd have to talk to my staff to get into the particular details about how we address it. But I do understand it has to do with how we categorize service members and the type of housing that's available and their ability to access other types of housing. It's an issue that we've tried to deal with in the past, and we will continue to, because Mr. San Nicolas has a legitimate point about what we need to do to make sure adequate housing is provided on Guam. So we're looking into it. I'm happy to entertain those amendments and see how we can be helpful.
Okay, because I think he too is seeking several amendments on that subject.
Yeah.
Lastly, I do know both of you are familiar with this subject, which is the Safe Banking Act. Yes, as every member of this committee, because I've repeated myself so many times. And we're going to offer it up again as an amendment to the NDAA. And in this instance, you know, the same basics apply as did before in terms of safety and a whole variety of things. But this time, finally, we have a positive appropriation score so that it saves money or brings money into the United States. And so that's an additional factor that we haven't had in the past when I've raised it with you two gentlemen. So,
Yeah, let me just say a couple things about that. First of all, the issue, as you've laid it out, is crucially important and is deeply troubling to me that we can't get the Senate to agree with us and address this, okay? Because however you feel about the legalization of cannabis, marijuana, this is an entirely different thing. You know, I think the last time I saw it's like 48 different states have some measure of legalization, whether it's for medicinal use or, as in case of our state, straight out legal use. But because the federal law still does not recognize the legal use of cannabis, they can't use banks because the banks are reluctant to engage in something that the federal regulators could come down and crush them on. It is literally killing people in my state. And it's doing that because they have to do business in cash. Criminals know this, okay? So they target these businesses because they know the cash is there. And we've had a number of people working in those shops murdered just in the last few months in engaging in these robberies. This is an activity that we ought to be able to do in a typical bank, and we ought to pass the safe banking law to get there. Okay, I have no debate whatsoever on the issue, and as you know, I worked very hard last year. I may need to soften my stance to build some better relationships with certain key senators going forward. But it's something that we need to do. And the other two things that are important to say about this, we've talked a little bit about issues that don't directly relate to the defense bill. I recognize the legislative process here and the fact that the defense bill is one of the few, in some cases the only, bipartisan bill that passes in a given year. And we have in the past taken issues from other committees that can't quite work their way through the process and attach them. I do not have a problem with that. We've got to work in a bipartisan, bicameral way to get there. I think we picked and we do that. I think it needs to be part of the process. It's part of the reason we get so many people to vote for our bill. So I'm happy to do that. But again, as I said before you got here, it reaches a point, okay? We can do a couple. We can't do 1,000, okay? So we need to be a little more selective. And sometimes we'll say no, because we just can't work through it. And the final piece of this that people need to understand, We can't just browbeat the rest of the process into accepting what we want. It's a four corners thing. It's House, Senate, D, R, and it also gets down to committees of jurisdiction. You know, we can't just roll committee chairs or ranking members or Senate majority leaders. We need to get all of these people on board to get it done. And as I pledged to you before, I will do my level best to get that done. But if we can't get all of that, as you and I had this discussion last time, don't kill the host, okay? We'll do our level best to get it done, but if we can't, there's a whole lot of other stuff in this bill that's important.
And
I
I
hope people
understand the
respect it.
gentleman. Mr. Rogers, you have any comments on this? You've helped me with this bill in the past, too.
Yeah, I fully support the bill as a standalone. I support it as amendment, but I think you are aware that the problem is the Senate Majority Leader.
So
It's
let's-
not the four corners of this.
just so you two know, and the committee also is aware, so we still have the standalone sitting over in the Senate Banking Committee. There has been, I'm trying to figure out every path possible to get this thing done so that fewer people are killed, and this does involve international cartels. So that really is the nexus to the NDAA, the criminal international component to this. There is a hope that we can move forward with safe banking as the nucleus for a slightly broader type of effort that would involve research, because right now you can't even research this stuff. Okay, so you can't determine if it's, standard or how toxic it might be or whatever. There is also a component in there for PTSD and veterans. That would be a secondary kind of component, potentially SBA lending and potentially some type of an expungement that district attorneys across the country, we would provide them assistance with their record keeping to determine, they individually at the local level could determine whether or not there would be expungement for individuals who had small infractions. So in a perfect world, that will move forward in the Senate. I'm pretty sure we have the votes here in the House to pass something like that, where it's not as broad as some of the things that the Senate Majority Leader has talked about, but is substantial. And I hope that that's the approach that we take. Otherwise, have to pursue through the NDAA, where there is a germane component to this thing, the international cartels and the safety piece of this, plus the willingness of you all to take on some things that, aren't particularly, military housing or an F-18 or F-35. So I appreciate your willingness to work with us, and I'm going to press this thing until it's done. I just want to assure you of that. So with that, I yield back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Does everybody ask questions? Nobody else has any questions? Going, gone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate it. And now we will, this is my, I think we're waiting for our next. We will hear from any amendment witnesses on H.R. 7900 at the end of the hearing portion of today's meeting. I'd now like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony in H.R. 8296, the Women's Health Protection Act of 2022, and H.R. 8297, ensuring access to abortion of 2022. Representative Fletcher and I think Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, I think, is on her way. And we'll begin with Representative Fletcher. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Rules Committee. I'm pleased to be here with you today for the consideration of our H.R. 8296, the Women's Health Protection Act of 2022, introduced by our colleague, Representative Judy Chu of California. The Women's Health Protection Act is landmark legislation that would establish a federal statutory right for healthcare providers to provide abortion care and a corresponding federal statutory right for patients to receive abortion care, free from unnecessary state bans and restrictions that are intended to impede or block access to abortion. This is the second time this body will consider the Women's Health Protection Act, which passed the House in September 2021. The bill before us updates and revises certain sections of the bill following the Supreme Court's recent decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization last month, which overturned Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey. In Dobbs, the Supreme Court found that the Constitution does not confer a right to abortion, but instead that regulation of abortion should be returned to the people and their elected representatives. Today, the elected representatives of the people are exercising that authority by enacting the Women's Health Protection Act, establishing a federal statutory right to abortion nationwide. Over the last 2 weeks, the Dobbs decision has resulted in the loss of abortion access throughout the country. 10 or more states have banned abortion, and it is expected that nearly half of all states are expected to ban or severely limit abortion in the weeks and months to come. This decision has forced people to travel long distances to obtain abortion care they need in states where the procedure remains lawful. And we are already hearing tragic stories from healthcare providers who fear criminalization for providing needed healthcare to their patients, and from the patients who need that care. Americans' ability to access comprehensive healthcare should not depend on where they live. The Women's Health Protection Act provides a federal statutory right to abortion free from unnecessary state restrictions that impede care. This bill protects abortion access nationwide and makes clear that Americans have a right to abortion in their home states, free from ideological and unnecessary restrictions that block care, prevent access, and undermine an individual's ability to make their own healthcare decisions. WIPA is the only legislation that would enshrine the right to access to abortion in federal law. This bill reflects the compromised position that Americans have known for nearly 50 years, and it is the position favored by the vast majority of Americans. This legislation recognizes the deeply personal decisions involved in seeking abortion care and the balancing of interests to protect the health, privacy, liberty, autonomy, and dignity of Americans. Consistently, the American people favor this framework, which takes into account the competing interests and circumstances of pregnancy. These are intensely personal issues, and there are intensely personal views on this subject in this room, in this body, and in this country. That is why the Women's Health Protection Act is essential to enshrine the right to access to abortion in federal law, to enable people across the country to access abortion care no matter where they live, and to ensure that Americans can make their own personal healthcare decisions that impact their health, their lives, and their futures. That, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fletcher, for yielding back. So we're going to pause for a few moments while Ms. McMorris Rogers makes her way to our committee. Welcome, Ranking Member McMorris Rogers. When you're ready, if you want to get some water, it's okay. It's your turn, yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. The bills before us today are not about codifying Roe v. Wade. These bills go far beyond that. H.R. 8296, the Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act, nationalizes abortion for all 9 months of pregnancy, making America just as radical as China and North Korea. It legalizes discriminatory abortions based upon sex, race, and disability. What used to be called plainly and clearly eugenics. It overrides state laws that protect women from coercion, and overrides laws designed to give parents accurate information about the prenatal diagnosis of a disability, including Down syndrome. All of this has nothing to do with protecting the health of women, and everything to do with forcing an extreme agenda on the American people. Ms. Fletcher's bill before us today is new, and we're assessing all the potential consequences. This bill, as currently written, has had no committee process or work, just like the Abortion on Demand bill. I have many questions and concerns about potential consequences, the biggest being around human trafficking, minors, and also parent consent. First, it stops healthcare professionals, social workers, and schools in every state from reporting instances of child abuse and neglect because they could be seen as delaying or hindering access to abortion. This hurts law enforcement's ability to keep children safe and hold sexual abusers and human traffickers accountable. It also undermines parent consent. Parents can be targeted by the federal government and sued for wanting to help their child and asking them to delay out-of-state travel to get an abortion. Finally, this bill stops states from preventing abortion pill mills and gives traffickers and abusers more direct access to chemical abortions in all 50 states. Overall, this is America's future under this extreme agenda. No limits on abortion for all 9 months of pregnancy. Abortions for any reason, including based on race, sex, and disability, the elimination of people with Down syndrome, loopholes for human traffickers to cross state lines and cover up their crimes by forcing victims to get an abortion, the destruction of pro-life pregnancy centers providing health care and helping women and their babies, the denial of science and amazing medical achievements that allow us to treat both mothers and their babies in the womb as patients, and doctors and healthcare providers forced to violate their sincerely held beliefs and perform abortions to end a life. There's nothing about this agenda that celebrates human rights or the dignity of every person. This is not how I define a free and just society for my daughters and my son. Both of these bills are designed to prevent abortion at any stage of pregnancy as a woman's only option. However, 76% of women seeking an abortion say that they would choose life if their circumstances were different. Instead of promoting ways to lift more women up with health care, education, and financial stability and change their circumstance, Democrats, including President Biden, are spreading fear, anxiety, and misinformation. This is a disservice to women everywhere and also creating uncertainty for their healthcare providers. These are the facts. Regarding miscarriages, the medical care for these tragedies is not the same as an induced abortion. For any woman who has experienced the loss of a baby, we grieve them. I've experienced their pain too. Pro-life laws do not prevent women from getting the care they need in the cases of miscarriage. In addition, it's a fear tactic to say women will have to choose between jail or death if they have an ectopic pregnancy. No law in any state prevents life-saving treatment for women with these pregnancies or other life-threatening conditions. Planned Parenthood itself says treating an ectopic pregnancy isn't the same as getting an abortion. In a similar way, state laws currently in effect have exemptions to save the life of the mother. Regarding IVF, even the Washington Post has confirmed that state legislators are including explicit exemptions for fertility treatments. And finally, the pro-life movement does not support and has always rejected criminalizing and punishing women, period. Rather than prey on their vulnerabilities and fears to promote abortion for all 9 months, we should come together and make sure that women have the love and support that they need at every stage of pregnancy and beyond. There are more than 2,700 pregnancy centers in all 50 states. They outnumber Planned Parenthood by more than 2,000 facilities. These pregnancy centers, which are right now under violent attacks by pro-abortion groups, provide medical care, resources, education, and mentoring to women. Their work should be protected, not undermined and threatened. The Supreme Court has affirmed American people's right to speak through their elected officials to enact laws that protect unborn children. The question upon us today is, how do we want to define the human rights issue of our generation? Is it by dehumanizing life and promoting a culture that destroys the most helpless? Or is it by making abortion unthinkable and lead a new era protecting every person's God-given, unalienable human rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all? Our greatest challenges at every stage of life can't be solved if we don't get this right. I think about the youth suicide crisis in America today. We all know parents, teachers, doctors, and therapists who are hearing from children and young adults in despair. They're searching for purpose and meaning in their lives. Surely, we can all agree that to rescue them from despair, we tell them the truth, that their lives are worth living. We don't double down on a lie that the value of life can be in dispute. We surround them with community, love, support, and compassion. We help them find hope again. We help them revive meaning in their life by celebrating what makes them unique and reminding them that no one is meant to go through the harsh, heartbreaking, and challenging trials of life alone and afraid. The same goes for the teenager in danger of dying from fentanyl poisoning, for the women in crisis pregnancy, for the person with a disability who's been told their life won't amount to much, for every person who's been marginalized and treated unjustly because of their race, sex, and ancestry. Every person's life is worth living. They can't just be thrown away or discarded. Every person, born and unborn, has human rights. And for America to be a more perfect union, our laws must reflect that. How do we help the most marginalized in society if the human rights of the helpless and the most innocent aren't recognized or protected? We can't. This abortion agenda for all 9 months of pregnancy will entrench a culture of fear, pain, and dehumanization. It cannot be our future, and it's not the will of the American people. I recognize all but one of my colleagues across the aisle in this House are already on record in support of this legislation. My appeal today is for my colleagues to abandon this destructive agenda for no restrictions on abortion. Let's come together for human rights of the unborn. Let's come together around the reality that from the very beginning, every life has meaning and a purpose, just like we have on behalf of people who are in search of security and a better life. Every life is worth living. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. McMorris Rogers. I'm going to recognize Representative Fletcher. You are recognized for a few moments to provide further testimony on H.R. 8297.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my beloved home state of Texas, we are in a healthcare crisis. And I've heard some describe it as a humanitarian crisis. Since last September, access After several of those states banned abortion, they're traveling even further. And now, in response to this exercise of their constitutional right to travel, Lawmakers and others in Texas and across the country are threatening to take away that right too. Congress has the authority and the obligation to protect people from unconstitutional efforts to prevent, restrict, impede, or otherwise retaliate against a person traveling across state lines to obtain a legal abortion, and to protect healthcare providers and others who assist a person traveling across state lines to obtain a legal abortion. The right to travel is as old as our union. If Mr. Raskin were speaking, he would tell us that the right to travel freely and voluntarily among the several states is one of the chief privileges and immunities guaranteed to all citizens of the United States by the 14th Amendment, and one of the fundamental rights guaranteed to all persons under the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. That since the Supreme Court has repeatedly held a citizen of one state who travels in other states intending to return home at the end of his journey is entitled to enjoy the privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states that he visits, and that the Supreme Court long ago decided that one of the privileges or immunities that the Constitution guarantees is the fundamental right to travel from one state to another to seek and obtain services lawful in the latter state, including medical services on terms of substantial equality with the residents of that state. And yet, even prior to the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs v. Jackson, anti-abortion politicians have outlined the many ways they would try to prevent, restrict, impede, or otherwise retaliate against a person traveling across state lines to obtain a legal abortion, and also against anyone who would help them. Just last week, a group of lawmakers in Texas publicized a letter that they sent to at least one law firm with offices in Texas, threatening the firm and each of its partners with felony criminal prosecution and disbarment because of its policy to reimburse employees for their travel costs associated with out-of-state reproductive health care. These lawmakers also outlined the legislation they intended to bring next year, including but not limited to prohibiting any employer in Texas from paying for elective abortions or reimbursing abortion-related expenses, regardless of where the abortion occurs, regardless of the law in the jurisdiction where it occurs, to allow private citizens to sue anyone who pays for an elective abortion performed on a Texas resident, or who pays or reimburses any costs associated with those abortions, regardless of where it occurs, regardless of the law of the jurisdiction. And further, that they are going to introduce legislation to disbar lawyers who assist people seeking abortion care. I should note that at the very same time these lawmakers asserted these claims, the University of Texas conducted a survey concluding that only 15% of people in Texas support a complete ban on abortion. These efforts do not reflect the will of the majority, which, as we discussed in the context of the Women's Health Protection Act, favor a framework that takes into account the competing interests and circumstances of pregnancy. But anti-abortion legal organizations are drafting model legislation for lawmakers in states like the legislation threatened in Texas. In Missouri, the legislature has already considered legislation to limit women from seeking abortions outside of the state, and that is why we are here today. Restricting a person's ability to travel across state lines for reproductive health care is unconstitutional. The bill before us, H.R. 8297, reaffirms the right to travel across state lines for the purposes of obtaining a legal abortion, as well as for healthcare providers providing abortion care to out-of-state residents and those assisted people who are traveling for this purpose. It also includes tools to enforce that right. It creates a private right of action to enforce and protect this right, and provides that the Attorney General may obtain injunctive and declaratory relief. Today, we are putting on notice anyone who, acting under color of state law, attempts to enforce unconstitutional laws that impede their residents' ability to travel out of state for abortion care, that these laws cannot be enforced, and that the residents of these states, as well as the healthcare providers and others assisting these residents in obtaining a legal abortion, will be protected. Thank you, and I yield back.
I want to begin by thanking both of you for being here and for your testimony. I believe that these are two essential bills that will protect reproductive health care for those seeking an abortion in all 50 states and U.S. territories. Enough with a Republican control agenda on women and women's rights. I think we're absolutely right about something that has been said, that was said earlier. women's rights are also human rights. And when women are trying to be controlled every single day by Republicans, whether it is in the Supreme Court or here in Congress, to control where women can travel, when they can travel, and who they can travel with, when they want to control women to not be tracked, women are being tracked right now as we speak in Texas. Women's menstrual cycle is being tracked right now. You know, there was a time that women and children were treated as property. Women and children were abused. They were forced to work. Children were forced to work on farms, whatnot. And then we passed laws to protect them so that children could be children, play, learn, and give them the rights that they deserve to have. At the same time, we've evolved to a modern society where women have the right to vote, where women have control over their own bodies, where women can choose who their partner is, who they will love and marry, where women can choose where they will work, or if they want to work, where women can choose how many children they want to have and if they want to have children. That is the modern society that I want to live in, because I am a woman and I am a human. I am not a second-class human. As we know, 6 members of the Supreme Court have recently concluded that women do not have those rights to self-determination and personal autonomy. And by their voting records, we know that Republican colleagues believe in that same control agenda, anti-women agenda. It's about control. It is not about life. And we know that because the same people that argue about life and preserving life had to be fined and forced to wear a mask. This device that was created to prevent the spread of a dreadful disease that has killed over 1 million Americans. So the same people that are arguing about this, trying to control us into not wearing these, defying this virus, are saying that women are second-class citizens and we don't deserve to make our decisions because we shouldn't be trusted to make our own decisions. That is not a pro-life agenda. Because if we were talking about being pro-life, we would have universal health care, we would have free childcare for working moms, we would be providing food assistance and any other assistance that a family needs to raise a child in a safe community. But they're not interested in that pro-life, pro-community dialogue. They're only interested in controlling women. What is to gain with this control agenda? Maybe they're tired of seeing how many of us have successfully been filling the roles of CEOs, of elected officials, of heads of households, and how in many households those roles have reversed, where the dad stays home, takes care of the children, and the mom goes to work. that's their choice. This control agenda is setting our country so far behind and continues to divide Americans on an issue that it's really about the healthcare system. A broken healthcare system that denies women an opportunity to have affordable reproductive health, while at the same time rewarding men for not living up to their responsibilities to pay for child support and to meet the needs of the children that they too parent. Women across America must stand up to this control agenda, because if we don't, we're going back to put an aspirin between your legs, and that's how you control yourself from being pregnant. That is not reality. As a 911 dispatcher, I answer too many of those difficult calls where a parent, a family member, has sexually abused a child. And to say that that child doesn't deserve to be able to decide for themselves, that they cannot continue to be abused by being forced to birth the child of their rapist, is beyond my understanding. To utilize religion as a way to continue to control women is not the American way. I support both of these bills. I hope that my colleagues will think about where they stand on this control agenda and think about their daughters and mothers and grandmothers and think about what they deserve. And if you don't think that they deserve to make choices about their own bodies, their own choices, you know, I would say, how many children is enough for a woman before she's given a choice to not have any more babies? I don't know, for me it was 3. I had 3 sons. I was not blessed with a daughter. But even after giving birth to 3 sons, my doctor that I chose with my own employer health plan refused to give me a sterile ligation because I needed to have my husband's signature. I went from being an independent young woman, a mother of 3 sons that I chose to have, to being a property of the man that I chose to love and marry. After my first son, my doctor said I was too young and that I would probably change my mind. After my second son, my doctor said, well, you're still young, but you know, your husband really wants to have a big family, so we think that you should go home and think about it. And after my third son, I refused to take the advice of this doctor. And I refused to be a second-class citizen owned by the man that I chose to marry. So I hope that my colleagues would think about that in considering not just these 2 bills, but in considering what women have to go through for their own, to fight for their own independence. And with that, I'm going to yield to the ranking member, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Ranking Member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, let me ask you some process questions. Have either H.R. 8296 or 97 had a legislative hearing before the Energy and Commerce Committee?
Not this Congress. The majority has noticed for next Tuesday an oversight hearing on the Dobbs case, but not a legislative hearing.
Okay. And have either of these bills had a markup in the Energy and Commerce Committee?
No.
As I read 8926, it's very similar, essentially the same, I think, as legislation that the House considered last year. There's certainly some updated findings. What happened to that legislation when it reached the Senate?
The legislation failed to get 50 votes in the Senate. In fact, it had bipartisan opposition in the Senate, as it had in the House also, bipartisan opposition to this radical legislation.
And is there any reason to believe the outcome in the Senate is going to be any different this year than it was last year?
No.
Okay, and let me, now with regards to H.R. 8926, it's often said that it simply codifies Roe versus Wade. Would you agree with that characterization? And if not, tell us why not.
I think that's an important question, and I don't agree with the characterization. It leaves viability up to the healthcare provider. And we've heard testimony in Congress that some healthcare providers support abortion in the third trimester. Under Roe, states can require parent consent. They can prevent coercion. They can prohibit abortion after a certain number of weeks. And if this legislation before us were to become law, all those state laws permitted under Roe would no longer be permitted.
Let me turn to 8927. I take the issue of federal preemption, I know you do, pretty seriously. On many issues like health care, voting rights, frankly, it's clear that the federal government doesn't always know best. How does the legislation before us today ensure that states are still able to regulate their own healthcare industries and healthcare practitioners appropriately?
Bottom line, these bills, both of these bills would preempt almost all of the state laws related to abortion. And I might just review very quickly in short, there's hundreds of state laws. 43 states prohibit abortion after a specified point of pregnancy. 21 states prohibit partial birth abortion. 45 states allow individual healthcare providers to refuse to participate in an abortion. 18 states require counseling before an abortion. 25 states have waiting periods. 37 states require some kind of parent involvement. So states that have extra protections around informed consent or waiting periods, enforcing those laws, or even a parent asking a minor to wait before traveling out of state could be subject to action by the Attorney General and then be sued. The Women's Health Protection Act would preempt any parent notification or state laws that prohibit abortions for any reason under
They
current
would all
state
be
law.
out the window.
Yes.
That's what I thought. Thank you very much. Yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I apologize, I was out of the room. Let me ask you, Mr. Morris Rogers, I've heard a number of Republicans say that if the Republicans were able to win a majority in both houses, that some believe that we should move to codify a federal ban on abortion. Would you favor that?
I support any measure that is going to protect as many lives as possible.
Yeah. So that's the, I mean, with all due respect to everybody in this room, I mean, I really think it's so inappropriate for a bunch of politicians to be making these very personal decisions on behalf of every woman in this country. And, I have a 20-year-old daughter who asks that question all the time, like who are you people, in Congress, mostly men, making these decisions. She's horrified by the Supreme Court decision, as are a lot of women, by the way, not just in states that now have these trigger laws. We heard about the terrible case of this 10-year-old girl who was raped and had to go to another, I mean, how do we say that that little girl has to carry her pregnancy to full term? And, but a lot of women, even in Massachusetts, where we, where our state laws, still recognize a woman's right to abortion, are concerned about what would happen if there was a change in parties in the House and the Senate, and whether or not some would move to make this a federal ban, so that even in places like Massachusetts and other states that have decided that abortion should remain legal, that they would try to take that away. And I think your answer, substantiates their fears. Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I support these bills. I'm just still stunned and angry at the Supreme Court's decision to abolish a woman's right to choose, to abolish Americans' right to privacy, to, in effect, abolish Americans' right to travel among the states. This was a radical, in my opinion, horrible decision by the United States Supreme Court. And it just allows for government in people's bedroom, government in people's doctor's office, and I am speechless by how much of a change the Supreme Court has made to rights that are fundamental under the Constitution by just writing them out, in effect. And so I will yield back to the chair.
Thank you. And without objection, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the letter that Representative Fletcher mentioned as an example of a letter that has been sent to a law firm in Texas that was offering to pay for employee travel to receive abortion care. Without objection, I now yield to Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers, is there anything, before I go into my line of questions, that you feel like you need to expand upon?
I appreciate that. I think it's important to clarify that that when in the United States Supreme Court decision, what they ruled is that there is nothing in the Constitution, there's no constitutional right to an abortion. That's what they ruled. And the concerns around traveling across state lines, I agree that as Americans, we cherish the ability to freely and voluntarily travel. I have significant concerns with the legislation that is before us, that has not gone through any committee, we've not had the chance to really look at the way this proposed bill that's going to be brought to the floor this week is written in that it's very broad and it has significant loopholes. And I have concerns about, you share one case, I'll share the case about what about the minor who we need to protect from child trafficking and exploitation laws and being potentially traveled outside of a state after being abused or impregnated to be forced to receive an abortion without parent consent. And there's been cases like this happening in the past. There was a case in Indiana where a school principal impregnated a student, drove her to Chicago, forced her to get an abortion. Thankfully, the principal was apprehended in that case. But if this bill becomes law, it will make finding and arresting the abusers much harder. And that's why it's important for a bill like this to come through committee. No one is interested in somehow not cracking down and holding human traffickers and child abusers accountable. But the way that this bill is currently written is very broad and it has loopholes, and it needs to go to committee. It needs to have more time, and these issues need to be addressed.
Thank you. Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers, would you like to talk about some of the scientific breakthroughs that we've had relating to the unborn?
Yes. I really feel like abortion is a false choice, that we should be really focusing on taking care of both the woman and the baby, and what both the baby and the woman need is support. And we should be celebrating medical breakthroughs. We should be celebrating what they can do prenatally, earlier and earlier in the process, And by the way, the majority of Americans support limiting abortions at 15 weeks. The majority of Americans don't want us following China and North Korea. But, they can do surgeries now. Heart surgery prenatally is incredible, and other surgeries also. That's what we should be celebrating as Americans and supporting both the woman and the baby in the womb.
Thank you. And then what about, how will this bill affect the role of parents? Is there going to be an infringement on parental rights? Would
goodness.
you like to talk about that?
I'm very concerned. Any state law that currently has provided for that parent consent, I think about my own daughters and how this law would completely put the government, it would put the federal government in between me as a parent and my child who finds themselves in a very difficult situation that would completely override any state law around parent consent.
I'm glad you talked about the state law, 'cause my next question, final question, was regarding federal preemption. Do you think this goes too far to infringe upon the state's ability to license and to have, for example, telemedicine law?
Yes, I appreciate you asking that question. I wanted to address some of those issues around state laws because the states have always been in charge of regulating the practice of medicine, licensing doctors, nurses, pharmacists. The FDA does approve medications, but the states often put restrictions on how those medications can be used in the practice of medicine in a pharmacy. For example, doctors in many states are required to check a prescription drug monitoring program regarding opioid prescriptions to identify who may need help in an opioid use disorder. And some states require identification checks before you buy medications and limits on quantity. So when it comes to a chemical abortion, it's no different. 38 states require doctors to prescribe, and 12 others allow nurses and a nurse practitioner. This bill would eliminate that state role. If the FDA says yes, a state cannot limit the drug in any way. If a state has an in-person requirement or parent notification, that would be through the doctor licensed in that state. And under this legislation, an out-of-state doctor or pharmacist licensed in California, for example, could prescribe, dispense medication to minors all over the country without parent notice, as California does not require any kind of parent notification or consent.
Thank you, Ranking Member McMorris Rogers. I appreciate it. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just, something that, I just want clarification from the question with Mr. Rushenthaler. Let's talk about an adult woman for a second who lives in a state that has now, has harsh laws that now prohibit abortion. Do you think that if that woman travels to another state where abortion is legal, that she should somehow be, that it's okay to say that she's violating the law, that the law should come down on her for going to a state where it is legal? She's an adult woman making the decision on her own. Do you think states should?
What I'm saying is this proposed law would
I'm just-
override state laws,
No,
would preempt any state laws.
So in other words, if a state law says that you cannot travel, and let's say you're an adult, and you travel to Massachusetts and have an abortion, do you think that should be illegal?
It would be under state law. That's given. We don't limit where people can travel under our Constitution.
And so if a woman in Texas decided to travel to Massachusetts, Ms. Fletcher, would that be okay with Texas?
Well, that would be okay with the majority of Texans.
Right.
Unfortunately, only 15% of Texans oppose abortion in a survey that was conducted by the University of Texas just a few weeks ago. At the same time that some of our state legislators were threatening companies and businesses, the law firm I mentioned, but others, with the threat of criminal prosecution for assisting a woman, your adult Texan woman traveling to Massachusetts to obtain an abortion. And Earlier, the ranking member talked about confusion and uncertainty, and that is exactly what is happening in states like mine and states across the country where abortion is being outlawed. There is an incredible amount of uncertainty around what is and is not permissible advice, which certainly I think we would all argue is covered under the First Amendment. But what we are seeing is that there is, in fact, a movement, and it's not just in Texas, it's in Missouri, it's in other states, to prohibit women from traveling to other states in this country for the purpose of obtaining an abortion. That is not okay. It is unconstitutional, and that is why we are here today on the bill that I've brought before this committee.
No, look, it really is disturbing. I mean, as one who's horrified by what the Supreme Court did, listening to this kind of conversation here, when, and beginning to understand what the real goal here is today, right? The real goal here is to move toward a federal ban that will affect every state. That's what the ultimate goal here is. And I will tell you, whether or not, where women don't have the right to choose anywhere in this country. And that is, that really is chilling. Who am I going to? Ms. Scanlon.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The vast majority of Americans understand that reproductive health decisions are complex and should be made by a woman, those she might choose to consult, but based on her own individual physical, mental, religious, financial decisions. These are complex decisions, and certainly we are not seeing any recognition of that complexity from the states that are just putting forth a plethora of extremely restrictive laws, all because the Supreme Court threw the country into chaos, overturned a 50-year-old decision which has provided vast benefits to many women over the intervening 5 decades, allowed us to decide when or if and how many children to have, and to have that suddenly thrown out the window by an extremist conservative majority is not good for the country. So I fully support passage of this law to reestablish the terms we were all living under in the wake of the Roe and Casey decisions. I think they're very important. And we're seeing the immediate impact in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This past weekend, our gerrymandered Republican state legislature started passing laws. They suspended the rule saying that you can't vote on issues after 11 o'clock at night. And then they proceeded to pass an amendment to the Pennsylvania Constitution that would ban a right to abortion. And they did it by amendment because the governor can't veto that. And they know that the governor has been vetoing the crazy legislation this gerrymandered legislature has been putting forward. So we're seeing an extremist minority try to impose their will on the majority. And it can't stand. We need to pass this legislation. The Senate needs to step up and help us. So, Ms. Fletcher, is there anything you want to add to your prior remarks? I know I have represented a client in Texas who was unable to obtain an abortion because she lacked the means to travel out of state after all the clinics close to her were closed. Anything further you care to share, because Texas has been at the center of this?
Thank you so much, Representative Scanlon. I would like the opportunity to respond to a few things I've said, but I think that the point that you've made is a really important one for all of us to remember at this moment, that while we're here on a bill concerning the right to travel, not everyone has the means or the ability to travel, and the complications of travel for people who need to get time off of work, who need to obtain childcare, who need to have the funds to travel and the funds for their health care. These are all critically important issues, and we are removing from women proximity to the care that they need. And there's been some discussion from the ranking member of my committee who I've worked with on these issues, and I just respectfully disagree about what the text of the bill says, and also the purpose of some of these state laws that have been enacted. Because what we have seen in Texas is not simply post-Dobbs, but is a decades-long effort to undo not only the right to abortion, but access to abortion. And that means passing medically unnecessary laws that have had the impact of forcing clinics to close, of making it inaccessible for women. So even if it is legally, nominally on the books, it's not available, it's not accessible to people. And that's what we've seen, and that is what the Women's Health Protection Act addresses. Ranking Member Cole raised a question about whether we're here to codify Roe, and in response, the question was, well, no, this goes further than Roe. So I would like to respond to that because, first of all, we're not here to codify any Supreme Court decision. We are here today independently to establish a federal statutory right to abortion, period. And that is a right to an abortion that is free from unnecessary restrictions. The Women's Health Protection Act does not eliminate all state laws relating to, for example, parental involvement. It does not force providers to perform abortions, but it does allow providers who want to perform abortions the ability to do so. And again, there are several, provisions related to this, but ultimately, it really doesn't go further than what Roe intended. And immediately after Roe, we saw that there were numerous restrictions that were put in place that were struck down. Over the years, that has changed, and we have seen restrictions in my home state and in other states like SB 8, the cardiac activity bill in Texas, but other things like requiring abortion clinics to perform as ambulatory surgical centers, these TRAP laws, targeted restrictions against abortion providers, requiring them to be ambulatory surgical centers and have extra wide hallways that are not required for other forms of outpatient surgery. And the National Academies for Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, which is an independent organization, issued a comprehensive review in 2018 on the safety and quality of abortion care in the United States, and they found that abortion is safer than colonoscopies, wisdom teeth extractions, and, importantly, childbirth. And yet, we see these medically unnecessary restrictions being implemented by states. So the Women's Health Protection Act addresses those medically unnecessary restrictions, but it does not interfere with some of the state laws that were referenced. And moreover, on the travel bill, I'd just like to conclude in saying that there is nothing in the bill that protects the constitutional right to travel that permits human trafficking or overrides state laws concerning human trafficking. There's absolutely nothing in this bill that would coerce minors into having abortions, and there's nothing in the legislation that changes these laws. So I think it's really important to address what are the laws we're talking about that are different here in the Women's Health Protection Act, and it is those medically unnecessary restrictions that states have imposed over the years, consistent with, as the chairman has identified, a much larger campaign to eliminate access to abortion in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you refocusing the discussion on what we're actually talking about here, as opposed to some issues that we also need to address, whether it's human trafficking as it actually occurs, whether it's appropriate care for women to make sure that we, instead of having a worsening maternal mortality rate, that we do something to bring that down, to make sure that we take care of the children who are actually born in this country, which we do an abysmal job of. So I appreciate that, and I yield back.
Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess, I just kind of want to refocus and say this is, what we're doing here is we are imposing what the Democrats in Congress want to do. We are imposing that on the states. And I wanted to just simply, there's, I think, Ranking Member Cole, Mr. Eschenthaler, and Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers mentioned a few of the laws that would be eliminated by this, a few of the state laws. And so I just wanted to read a few of them. Any kind of gestational age limit, so any restrictions on abortions after 21 weeks, requiring a parent to know if their daughter gets an abortion, requiring an in-person visit with a healthcare professional, state laws that restrict chemical abortions, laws that require informed consent, including women's right to know bills, laws creating a prenatal non-discrimination standard, such as those that outlaw abortions based on Down syndrome diagnosis, basis of sex, or other preconditions, laws that protect healthcare professionals from participating in elective abortions if they have a moral objection to them. Those are the kinds of things that this bill is eliminating. In addition to that, any kind of licensing or clinic regulations, so in health codes, sanitary requirements, things like that would also be, that the state would be regulating, would also be eliminated. And I know we've talked a little bit about some of the sex trafficking, and so, Chair Fletcher, if you could explain to me again, how would your bill affect state laws relating to human trafficking, kidnapping, and parental notification and consent?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and I would like to respond that some of the items that you just listed as being impacted by the Women's Health Protection Act, in fact, are not impacted by the Women's Health Protection
Well,
Act
excuse me, then.
that I just mentioned.
Tell me which ones are not?
Absolutely.
Very specifically, because I'd like
Absolutely.
to keep that on record.
Absolutely. Let me go through, and I will go through for you. There are a couple of things that I heard you say. Number one, there was a question about sort of I think what's been characterized here as abortion on demand until birth and no restrictions, no restriction at 21 weeks, which is kind of a separate issue all of its own, but it's simply not true. It's not how the bill works. It's not how abortion care works. The bill clearly and plainly states that a healthcare provider has a statutory right to provide abortion services without limitation at any point up until viability. And then after fetal viability, it should be determined by a good faith medical judgment by the treating healthcare provider as to whether the continuation of that pregnancy would pose a risk for the patient's life. And that is the essential question here. So it's very much the same framework that we have followed under Roe and Casey for the last 50 years. Beyond that, there was a comment, I tried to jot them all down, I'm not sure I got all of them down, but one about whether or not providers would be forced to perform objections. I think you mentioned the conscience objection in certain states. There's nothing in that bill that forces a provider to do anything. And the bill allows providers to perform abortions, but it does not mandate the providing of those services. So
But
states
what it
that
would
have.
do is, if a state that has it, this bill would eliminate it. So
No,
that's-
this bill does not eliminate that.
It would
There's
be an
nothing in this bill that overrides those particular laws. The kinds of things that you mentioned, and I think I am generally familiar with, are certain kinds of things. I think the unnecessary ultrasounds certainly has been something that we've seen, these mandatory ultrasounds that force physicians to violate
Reclaiming my
medical
time-
ethics.
Reclaiming my time.
Sure.
It was just, the language in the bill says impedes access to abortion services. So anything that could be considered impeding access to abortion services, which could include any of the things that we've mentioned. If there's very few providers in an area and, one has a conscious, wants to object on moral grounds, they could be potentially forced to do it because it would impede access to abortion services.
Well, certainly, there are many things that many states have done, including my own, to impede access to abortion services, and that is what we are seeing. And those are the kinds of things that, some of those things are what you're talking about, but there
So
is
because you don't like what the states are doing.
There is nothing in this bill that requires, that
Reclaiming my
requires
time. Reclaiming my time. So
medical professionals to provide abortions.
Reclaiming my time, ma'am.
I'd like to complete my answer for a complete record.
It is my time. It is my time. And I asked some questions, and you went on, and I wanted to make sure that I was understanding. But impedes access to abortion services is very vague. And what I really feel is going on here is you don't like some of the bills that the legislation that states are passing. And so the Democrats in Congress have decided that they know better than every state, whatever the legislation is. And that's why this bill is in front of us today, because you don't like what states are doing, and states should have the opportunity to create their own laws. And I'd like to call on Ranking Member McMorris Rodgers, because I know that she has some comments she wanted to make.
Well, I appreciated the point that you were making, because when you read the bill, the way that the bill is written, it does state, it prohibits any state law that, quote, may prevent, restrict, or impede, or retaliate against in any manner. It's pretty broad, and that's part of what we're pointing out today. You know, I continue to hear that they're going to protect viability, that they take exception to this being abortion up until birth. The reality is, I was just, there's just a recent case in Washington, D.C., where an abortion clinic where, you know, the remains of babies were discovered who were killed in late-term abortions. It's estimated that 15,000 abortions take place after that. I don't know, if even after 20 weeks or so. And the fact is, this bill will override all state protections to prevent this kind of inhumane practice, and will allow abortions up until the moment of birth for any reason, by giving this incredibly broad discretion to abortion providers to decide what they think is medically necessary.
And Ranking Member, I just want to give you the opportunity to comment on anything you'd like to, because I doubt, given the way the hearing has gone, I doubt you'll be given the opportunity to make any more comments. And since I'm the last Republican to ask questions, I wanted to give you that opportunity, because this certainly has not been.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and this is a soul-searching question. It's a very sharp, soul-searching question that each one of us are giving thought to, and weighs on each one of our hearts. I think that the main point here, and the question before us as representatives, as members of this body, is how are we going to respond in this moment to what I believe is the biggest, the most important human rights question before us as a nation. And abortion is a false choice. We should be supporting the mother and the baby at all stages of life. And I know people have very strongly held beliefs and stories on both sides. I think where we could come together is around the science, is around the medical technology. It's just amazing what is happening now prenatally, that we can look inside the baby's womb and see or the mother's womb and see the development of the baby week by week. That's what we should be celebrating and continuing to embrace, the human rights of every person, born and unborn.
Thank you very much. And I guess with that, I will yield.
Thank you. Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to give Representative Fletcher, you were cut off when you were trying to answer questions about the states and the impeding. I don't know if you wanted to pick up where you were cut off, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Melly. I appreciate that opportunity. And I did want to mention that there is a definition both in the Women's Health Protection Act as well as in the travel bill that we're here today to discuss, that the term healthcare provider is defined to be a provider that seeks to engage in the provision of abortion care. So I think that it's important to note, again, that there is no requirement that anyone would be required to provide these services. In addition, some of the issues that we discussed, we could have a very long debate about the various things that have been implemented in many states, including my own, and whether they are medically necessary. But that is the goal of this legislation, is to eliminate these medically unnecessary restrictions, and that have been shown, again, to be the biggest impediment to quality health care. So these are important issues, but I think it's important to understand that the bill does not override all state laws, but it does prohibit some of the kinds of things that are medically unnecessary that we've seen. So I think that that's an important point for us to understand, that this conversation about the parameters of the bill is simply not accurate as it has been described by the minority. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I also notice, or note, from time to time, I'll hear people say things such as, there's no restrictions on who provides reproductive services. But I'll note from my time in the state legislature, the states had the responsibility of determining the scope of practice, and there are professional standards, there's ethical standards, there's licensure requirements. So I think sometimes we try to conflate different things. There clearly are places where the states would have some responsibility and some rights. But I want, to the main point, I just think, from my perspective, and we will, I guess, agree to disagree with those who see it differently, I think every woman deserves a fundamental right to decide what happens to her body. Even Brett Kavanaugh, I think, said it was settled law, I thought, but apparently he reconsidered, or perhaps just wasn't honest in confirmation proceedings about what was settled law after 50 years. But, and I think this is also the first time the Supreme Court of the United States has actually reduced the rights of Americans. I don't remember a time before where a decision by the Supreme Court would limit rights already granted to more than half the population. But, we've seen this assault on the autonomy of women, and I think, from my reading, may only be the beginning. And I know that some have suggested that the concurring opinion by Justice Thomas, who talks about contraception, talks about same-sex marriage and marriage equality, he suggests those all could be considered to be in question now that the right of privacy has been effectively struck down. Now, others have said, don't worry, that's not going to happen. But again, we listen to Brett Kavanaugh and we see how far that got people about basic fundamental rights. We've seen a 10-year-old child, a victim of rape, forced out of state for health care she desperately needed. And we're seeing increasing efforts to restrict women's right to health care and, as I said, contraception. So this is exactly why we need the Women's Health Protection Act. This is a federal law to codify a statutory right, which many of us, millions of Americans, the majority of Americans believe already exists and should exist until this horrific decision. So that, and I also think, and I'm proud to co-sponsor the bill on ensuring access to Abortion Act. I think it's a sad state of affairs. Apparently we respect states' rights until we disagree with those states' rights. So when someone travels to the state of New York, where access to abortion and women's health care is guaranteed under state law, there are those who believe the state from which the person travels ought to be able to bring criminal and certainly civil liability. So this offers basic protection. I appreciate what you've said repeatedly about that. In fact, there are moments when I feel like we're not living in 2022, we're living in 1722. I mean, it's really unbelievable to me. And so anyway, I'll reserve more. I'll have a chance to speak on the floor tomorrow, and I'll reserve additional comments. But appreciate, Ms. Fletcher, you being here, and appreciate all the work, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had the unique privilege of seeing both sides of this argument as a physician, as an OB-GYN doctor for 25 years back in my hometown, and since 2002, 2003 as a policymaker. 20 years ago, I decided to run for Congress because I saw sometimes lawmakers who've never had any experience of taking care of a patient discussing and setting the stage for healthcare reform. Today is actually no different. It's deeply frustrating to see individuals discussing procedures with little understanding of what's involved, how they are performed, how they affect the patients, because there are two patients. Dr. Jack Pritchard was chief of obstetrics when I was at Parkland Hospital many years ago. And he was always very careful that we understood that no place else in medicine are you going to have the opportunities that you have in OB-GYN, because you have the opportunity to take care of two patients with a combined life expectancy of over 100 years. And it is a sobering thought. The other thing, and people make this mistake, having an abortion is not a simple answer. It's a complex procedure. It's deeply emotional, and seeing the scars that moms bear years after the fact. It invariably comes up. A child graduates from high school, and yet there was another baby that didn't get that opportunity, and you can see the regret. I know we've had hearings in our committee about this, about the psychological effects of abortion. It tends to be discounted, but I'm here to tell you it is very real. So the decision to have an abortion affects the mother, the family, the baby, and sometimes even the provider themselves. The question of abortion cannot be reduced to yet another political issue to debate. I do believe it is personal, certainly is personal for my patients, and my belief in the founders were correct in identifying a right to life, and it certainly influenced my professional career much longer than my time in Congress. I will remain committed to protecting an unborn child's right to life, as envisioned by the founders, and every healthcare provider's right to refuse involvement in abortions, and this is critical, and every taxpayer's right to refuse federal funding of abortions. After a lifetime dedicated to pro-life work, there's no question that it is the right thing to do. So let me thank our witnesses for being here today, and Ranking Member Rogers, I know our schedules get busy, but did I miss when we had the hearings and the markup in our committee of jurisdiction?
You and I probably both did then, because there were no markups, there were no hearings on either of these bills in the Energy and Commerce Committee. They have noticed a hearing for next week. It's an oversight hearing, not a legislative hearing on the Dobbs case.
So it's not like we didn't have time to have a legislative hearing. It's not like people didn't know that this might come up. It was rather intentional to not address the issue, I think, in our committee. I think that's unfortunate. I mean, this is tough work, and it's emotional. And yet at the same time, our Committee on Energy and Commerce, has a reputation of being thoughtful, and we delve into subjects, sometimes difficult subjects, but we're the ones who are supposed to assemble the experts and give members an opportunity to ask questions and work through the difficult intricacies of legislation like this. So Chairman McGovern, I'll just say it's a shame that we have not had that opportunity in the Energy and Commerce Committee. I think Mr. Morelli is correct in bringing up some of the issues that he did as far as the licensure requirements and scope of practice. Yes, that is a state function, but I will tell you, I have been concerned because sometimes the performance of this procedure seems to be relegated to or detailed to some of the least experienced. I mean, look, I've spent a lifetime taking care of the complications of when things have gone wrong. Yeah, people argue this is a safe procedure, but it's not 100%. Nothing in medicine is 100%. I was in a community hospital that was sort of halfway between Dallas and Oklahoma. And there'd be times when someone would have gone to Dallas for a procedure, realized they were in trouble halfway home, and they stopped in my emergency room. Now, of course, I always took care of those patients. Never would it have occurred to me to say, this is not my job, I don't want any part of that. But I would never undertake the removal of an intact pregnancy electively, because what is that? That is the taking of a life. Presumably, that's not why we went into medicine. Ranking Member Rogers, let me just ask you, Texas, Washington, each have their own laws regarding abortion, and the Supreme Court has, I think correctly, affirmed that this right belongs to the states. So if these bills in front of us were to become law, would it override states' state's ability to regulate this procedure?
Yes, I have significant concerns. The legislation in front of us, it basically is allowing for abortion and superseding the state laws. And there's hundreds of state laws on the books currently that prohibit abortion one way or another. 43 states prohibit abortion after a specified point in pregnancy. 21 states prohibit partial birth abortion. 45 states allow individual healthcare providers to refuse to participate in an abortion. 18 states require counseling before an abortion. 25 states have waiting periods. 37 states require some type of parent involvement. And that's the one bill. On the bill related to across state lines, I think it's one of my biggest concerns is around how it just completely guts parent rights. And certainly you think about minors that would be put at greater risk of exploitation, sexual abuse by adults who transport minors to another state and force them to receive an abortion. What that would mean is that the parents then become targeted by the federal government, being sued for wanting to help their child and asking for them to be delayed for taking them out of state to get an abortion. I mean, this is the federal government coming in and saying that it knows best. And licensing and scope of practice is at the state level, and we need to respect that and respect the laws at the state level.
Well, I do think it was unfortunate that I heard mention, and I apologize if I'm not a part of the hearing, but it was mentioned about the case from Ohio that had to go to Indiana. Look, that was a horrific crime. If that case is true, that is a horrific crime that was committed against a 10-year-old. And I certainly had no confusion in my mind. If I identified that level of child abuse, any level of child abuse, I was obligated to report it to Child Protective Services in Texas. I suspect it's no different in the state of Ohio. I doubt it's any different in the state of Indiana. So there was a horrific crime that was committed that carries with it, in Ohio at least, the possibility of life in prison. But no one has talked about catching the individual who perpetrated it. If the story is indeed true, then that was a horrific crime that was committed that needs to be punished. And the perpetrator needs to be brought to account. True enough, the perpetrator may be underage. If that's the case, that needs to be known as well. But to simply make assertions that the Supreme Court decision is wrong because this happened, when number one, we don't even know that that happened, and number two, if that happened, there is a serious crime that was committed against that child, and the perpetrator needs to be brought to account. Otherwise, what is to prevent the next serious crime from being committed? These laws need to be enforced. They do need to be enforced at the state level. I do think it's unfortunate that story is making the rounds with apparently no one concerned about the perpetrator of that crime still being free to sin again. I thank our witnesses for being here. I know this is a difficult subject. I know this is not the end of these discussions, but your input today has certainly been invaluable. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record statement of administration policy in support of both of these bills. And let me just say to Dr. Burgess, I think everybody agrees that somebody who committed that kind of crime should be put in jail. But to force a 10-year-old girl to complete a pregnancy, that we will make that decision here, I think is unconscionable. And you came here a little late, but and I appreciate all the talk about states' rights, but I asked the ranking member here earlier on about the fact that some Republicans are talking about introducing legislation, if you were to take charge of House or Senate or both, to codify a national ban on abortion. And the gentlelady said that she would support that. And so I hope that based on your comments, that you would not support such a move if that were being brought up. But we know what the goal is here. We know what the goal, that packing the Supreme Court with these people that are now sitting there.
Mr. Chairman, I take offense to referring to the Supreme Court justices as these people. That's not fair.
Well, what are they? They are people.
Justices
They are
of the
people.
United States Supreme
Well,
Court,
whatever.
a co-equal branch
Yeah.
of government, last time I.
Well, the bottom line is that the Supreme Court was packed with people that would come up with this decision. That has happened, and I think the point that we're all beginning to understand is this is not the end of it. This is the beginning of a process to make this a crime everywhere in the country. And I think the majority of people in this country are not supportive of that. And I think, we need to push back. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to associate myself with the remarks of Congresswoman Torres and her profound and passionate description of her own personal experience. I think, we make laws here and we talk about morals here, and almost always the individual woman is left out. And to the chairman's point, sometimes the child is left out. Like millions of women across the country, I was angered and so dismayed by the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs to overturn 50 years of precedent. The vast majority of Americans agree that women should be able to make their own decisions about their health, their bodies, and their futures. The Supreme Court decision has already emboldened many states to enact and enforce draconian abortion restrictions. Thankfully, in my home state of North Carolina, abortion is still legal, and our Governor Roy Cooper has vowed to do everything in his power to protect the access to reproductive care in our state. Because of the protections Governor Cooper has promised, North Carolina is likely to see, and already has seen, a significant uptick in women from out of state traveling to our state to access reproductive health care. And that's why the legislation we're discussing today is so important. It affects women's lives. We must ensure that people traveling to North Carolina for necessary health care are protected from prosecution, and that the people who provide that health care are protected from prosecution. And of course, we must act to safeguard access to reproductive health care for all women everywhere in this country. Your right to health care should not be determined by what state you live in. This legislation will save lives by enabling women and their loved ones to make informed family planning decisions and have access to safe, legal abortion care. Without a federal law protecting the right to choose, I fear that millions of women across the country who now find themselves being criminalized for simply trying to exercise their fundamental right to control their reproductive health decisions, even by traveling across state lines where abortion is protected, will be threatened. It is being threatened today. I want to thank Congresswoman Fletcher for her leadership, for her courage, for everything that she is doing to protect the women of her state and this country. I support both bills. I support the rule, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I think everybody has questions. Mr. Neguse, do you have any questions, or? Don't hear any? All right. No other questions. I thank the panelists for being here. You are free to go. Are there any other members who wish to testify in H.R. 8296 or H.R. 8297? Hearing none, that closes the hearing on H.R. 8296 and H.R. 8297. And I'd like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony in S3373, honoring our PACT Act. Chairman Takano, Ranking Member Bost, we're delighted that you are here. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Good afternoon, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole. Well, after a bit of a false start a few weeks ago, precipitated by a drafting error in the bill sent back from the Senate, I'm pleased to be here once again to express my strong support for the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our PACT Act of 2022, which the House passed with overwhelming bipartisan support in March of this year. Well, a lot has happened since we last met to discuss this bill. As I mentioned, we had a resoundingly successful vote on the House floor to move this legislation to the Senate. The Senate itself since worked diligently to amend this bill to address both real and perceived implementation challenges and added important provisions related to the VA workforce as well as numerous healthcare facility leases, which will not only strengthen implementation of the PACT Act, but will benefit VA and the veterans it serves more broadly. But more importantly, Mr. Chairman, this bill is an answer to a very real need from veterans and their families. The committee has continued to hear from these veterans and their families as they have shared their stories of exposure to toxic substances. They've shared their history of illness and most tragically shared stories of grief following the death of fellow veterans and beloved family members. Now, for example, the committee has heard from Andrew B. in Florida, a National Guardsman who served in Iraq, and I want to quote Andrew, quote, "My biggest stress is trying to make sure that my family is going to be taken care of when I pass, because as it is now, if I pass, my diagnosis isn't service-connected, which means they won't get anything," meaning his family. "And they will have to deal with my loss and try to figure out how to survive. Because I'm the only income, because my wife can't work due to my needs," end quote. And Lauren C. from Georgia, an Air Force veteran who served in Afghanistan, who said, quote, "The bureaucracy is literally killing the veterans of my age group. Why did I risk my life working medevac and search and rescue for almost 9 years if we all just die slowly when we get home," end quote. And most succinctly, we heard from Army Reservist Curtis L. from Illinois, who simply said, "It's been a long, exhausting, uphill battle," end quote. These are the veterans and their families, along with millions more of their peers, who we are trying to help with this historic legislation. And so I'm humbled and grateful for the hard work of so many to get us to the precipice of once again passing the PACT Act and moving it one step closer to being law. But our task is not finished, and nothing in Washington is done until it's done, as evidenced by the process we're forced to undertake today, which, by the way, is necessary only because a small number of senators, maybe just one, maybe just two, are more interested in shameless self-aggrandizing than they are in helping our veterans. So I implore all of my colleagues to once again support our veterans through action, and not just through photo ops. And do that by voting for this important bill once again and send it to the Senate for what I hope is final passage. I especially hope that many of my colleagues across the aisle, including some members of this committee and my own committee, will reconsider their March vote in light of where we stand today. That is, shoulder to shoulder with the men and women who have served. As we now have a chance not only to say we honor your service, but also to respond with a real commitment of our own. This is a very good bill, one that draws from Democratic and Republican legislation alike, and represents a crucial and long overdue down payment on the care and attention that our toxic exposed veterans demand and deserve. And I will commit to you and those veterans that we will continue to examine issues related to toxic exposure at home and abroad. And just as importantly, we will monitor very closely the work of the Department of Veterans Affairs in implementing this bill to ensure that veterans and their families are being served as well as possible. Now, after the Senate vote last month, I was struck both by the tears and the hope I saw in the faces of veterans who expressed their relief at this bill overcoming one more hurdle to becoming reality. Now the House presents another test of whether we will honor our pact with our veterans. I know we will pass that test as we did before, but I'm hopeful that many more will join that effort now as the finish line is so much closer. So once again, Mr. Chairman, I strongly urge this committee to advance this bill to the floor of the House, and once there, I strongly encourage all of my colleagues to support it. It is the least our veterans and their families deserve for their service and sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Now happy to recognize the ranking member, Mr. Bost.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. Now, I appreciate the opportunity to be here and finally in support of the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson Honoring Our Pact Act. By using S 3373 as a vehicle, removing the tax provision, and sending the bill back to the Senate, we resolved the blue slip issue that prevented us from considering the PACT Act a few weeks ago. And I'm glad for that. But I am disappointed that my Democrat colleagues were unwilling to use the time to resolve many concerns with the fund created in this bill. Even so, there is no doubt about it, this version of the PACT Act is better than the one we voted on in March. It is a product of bipartisan negotiations and includes work from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. It has the support of Secretary McDonough, who has assured us that the VA can actually put it into practice. It would build on the work that the VA is doing to providing disability benefits to toxic exposed veterans. And it would improve on the work by increasing transparency in the VA's presumptive benefits framework, allowing more toxic exposed veterans to receive disability exams in support of their claim, and improving research into the health effects of toxic exposures so VA can improve treatment and keep pace with the lasting scientific evidence. It would provide an additional 5 years of eligibility for post-9/11 combat veterans to enroll in the VA healthcare system, and it will also allow, after a phase-in period, all toxic exposed veterans to seek VA care. It would also improve recruitment and retention of VA staff. It'll authorize 31 medical facility leases outright and make it easier to authorize more in the future, and help modernize VA claims process so veterans get their benefits faster. Most importantly, this bill will help millions of veterans and survivors get the support they have earned. This bill is not perfect, however. It also is not cheap. The CBO score went from $325 billion over 10 years in the prior version to $681 billion in the current version. A small part of the increase comes from the good changes and additions I mentioned earlier. The vast majority of the increase, however, comes from the fund the bill would create, which I mentioned earlier as well. The fund was originally supposed to pay for expanding health care for toxic exposed veterans. However, it also takes approximately $397 billion in VA health care costs that are funded in current law and converts them from discretionary to mandatory dollars. Now, this causes the $397 billion to be scored against the bill. This is a budgetary ploy by the Democrats in the Senate, and are using it to create more entitlement spending and to free up non-defense discretionary dollars for the purposes completely unrelated to veterans. That's wrong, and I filed an amendment to prevent it. I hope my amendment is considered and adopted. Without the extra $397 billion score against the fund, the cost of expanding services for toxic exposure actually decreased by about $40 billion from the prior version of this one. Only about $285 billion of the score is truly new spending. Now, that's not an insignificant amount, but as a VA committee leader, a veteran, a military father, and a grandfather, I believe it is what is needed to care for our veterans and survivors. I'm grateful to Chairman Takano and our Senate colleagues for their work on this bill. I'm also grateful to veteran service organizations who have partnered with us to deliver a bill that meets this moment and will continue to benefit veterans and survivors for generations to come. I'm happy to answer any questions, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. You both seem to agree. Beautiful. I have no questions. Mr. Cole.
I can't improve on that.
Mr. Torres, Dr. Burgess?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could just ask, I guess the ranking member, was there an effort to provide an offset to any of the spending?
The offset, there was not, and because of the overall cost. And the concern really is that the way the CBO score is moved around now puts less under the cap. And I think that's the problem that I see with it that I'm afraid some of our colleagues will have, is the CBO score. But
So as a practical matter, what does that mean? Does that mean there's going to be more discretionary spending?
there
By
will
shifting
be, there will be more discretionary spending available out from underneath the cap. So yes, there could be more discretionary spending that is not for VA because they've moved this over now to mandatory.
Is there an inherent problem with that?
I see the inherent problem is that then it takes money away from putting it down from under the caps. The question is, am I willing to fight against this bill, which the cost we've actually, I believe, reduced, and now they are actually counting against the CBO score the almost $400 billion that we were already paying in the first place. That's a problem. But I think our colleagues will have a problem with that, some of them. I hope that they understand how important this issue is, and that's why I'm supporting it.
And last time we saw this bill, there was some concern that the Department of Veteran Affairs would deal with what they already were required to do.
Right, and that's the concern we had. The last bill did not have the 31 new leases that are properties that we can use to implement the bill. It doesn't have the extension of new hires that is in the bill today. It also doesn't have the continuing opportunity to retain our existing employees to make sure we can carry the workload. The danger was if we didn't put those things in, and I understand there's another important part in that leasing agreement. The lease now, we also make it to where leases in the future can be handled more like they are in other agencies. Rather than having to come back to the full Congress to approve a lease, they can be approved through our committee at the committee level, which is vitally important. That allows us to operate in a way to make sure we can provide those services. This is the most important part, is to make sure that the VA can do it. And remember this, the Secretary actually gave testimony before the Senate with this information and with this being part of the bill, they can do it. And then with the phase-in, they can also do it without removing benefits or actually endangering benefits that others are already receiving.
So that's an important change.
That's an important change, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Mr. Perlmutter?
Chairman Takano, you look like you wanted to say something, so I'm going to give you the opportunity.
Well, thank you. Dr. Burgess and Ranking Member, I think it's arguable whether or not the way that this bill is funded means that there's more discretionary funding. Just remember that when we spend money on veterans, the way it's accounted for is on the non-defense side of the ledger. So anytime that we wanted to, in the past, address this issue of toxic exposure to nearly 3.5 million, or I wouldn't say nearly, but at least 3.5 million veterans, what arose was the issue of the pay for. Now, many Americans don't know that our veterans are not paid for out of the same budget as defense. And just because they're no longer in the heat of battle, we're not paying for their body armor, we're not paying for the ammunition, things that we wouldn't argue for, pay for in that context, right? We wouldn't argue about how we're going to pay for the things that a service member needs in the heat of battle. Why is it that when we shift 10 years down the road and when they're dealing with a cancer that is associated with a burn pit, or a family that needs benefits because that service member has died, why suddenly is it now a question of how we pay for it? And why do we want to pit the veteran against the family that needs SNAP benefits? So it's not about that we're going to have more ability to spend more discretionary money. It's that we're not pitting the veteran against everybody else when we've got to pay for the veteran now and no longer make that veteran wait or that family fearful. And so I am very, very comfortable with the bipartisan solution that we came up with, that veterans are going to unite this country. We're coming together to keep our promise to these veterans. We're not going to allow the veterans to be another point of division, of pitting one part of the budget against the other. And so I think we should move forward with, I think, the confidence and the satisfaction of knowing that a vote yes on this PACT Act and the way we're bringing it to the floor is a unifying vote. It's going to bring our country together after all the things we're going through right now. It's one positive step that we can take forward, and it's a monumental step. People will say that people are saying that this is a huge accomplishment for this Congress.
And Mr. Boss, despite your concerns, you're supportive of this bill.
I am supportive of the bill.
Thank you, and I'll yield back to the chair.
Mr. Reschadella.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I give back.
Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Fishbach. Mr. Morelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to extend my thanks to Chairman Takano. I've had the opportunity, and to the ranking member for his support. I've had multiple meetings with families back home, in some cases with veterans who suffer the effects of having been near burn pits and toxic substances while in active duty, as well as families who've lost spouses because of exposure, who have really struggled through this process. And the presumption in this bill is going to be obviously a significant benefit to those families. And I do think, and I'm sure we all agree, that we make a commitment not only to support our war fighters and their families while they're in active service, but also to make sure that we take care of them when they're feeling the effects and sometimes giving their lives still because of this exposure. So I know this has been a long road travel to get where we are today, but I'm grateful for the families, excuse me, that I've had the privilege to meet with and talk to about this legislation. And I know that they will be very grateful to hear that we've passed this and sent this to the President. So again, to the chair and to the ranking member, I just want to offer my thanks.
Mr. Desagne. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member and our colleagues on the Senate side for including the Camp Lejeune Justice Act in this bill. This has been a bipartisan effort of the North Carolina delegation for decades to take care of the families and the service members from Camp Lejeune. And so I want to express my appreciation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman, can I just...
Mr. Neguse. Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing that.
Just very quickly, I want to respond to Congresswoman Ross. It is one of the great pleasures that I have, huge point of satisfaction, that the people who served at Camp Lejeune are going to be able to seek justice and remedy. And I know it's a big, big victory for the North Carolina delegation. And so I'm very, very pleased. This is a huge, huge thing that we have taken off the table. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
All right. Anyone else have a question? Seeing none, I want to thank our witnesses for their testimony. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your bipartisanship. And if you have anything else you want to leave here with our stenographer, please do. But you are free to go. Are there any other members who wish to testify on S3373? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on S3373. We're now going to go to welcome our next panel to testify on amendments. Mr. Gates. We're delighted that you're here. Anything you brought in writing, you can submit your rules documents at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing without objection would be entered into the record. And I now recognize the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to testify in favor of a number of amendments to the NDAA. And while I recognize in the past I've not had the highest batting average with my amendments getting approved, I would note that one area where we were able to come to a sustainable agreement was on the matter of war powers. So maybe that'll give us a good momentum as I make my presentation. And I would start it speaking in favor of Mr. Sherman's amendment, Lot 931, on precisely that matter. Mr. Sherman's amendment would constrain the DoD to that specified authority that they have and would preserve congressional war powers. And I think, particularly in times with so much international strife, it's important to re-articulate that, and I would support that amendment. Second, I would ask that you support Ms. Castor of Florida's amendment, number 810. This amendment is joined in sponsorship of myself, but also by Mr. Christ, Ms. Demings, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, Ms. Frederica Wilson, and Ms. Salazar. This amendment would preserve the coast of Florida as an area for no oil and gas exploration. The reason that this is critically important for the NDAA is that there is testing that goes on off the coast of Florida that occurs nowhere else in the world with live fire. And the reason is because you have 100,000 square miles of ocean that connects to a great deal of land in North Florida. And so they're able to launch live fire over air, over water, and that's able to land on land. And if we're increasingly pushed into the Indo-Pacific theater for that testing, it creates a number of national security risks because we're able to ensure that there are not a whole lot of eyes on what occurs in the Northern Gulf as opposed to Indo-Pac. This is some of the only testing that occurs with directed energy and hypersonic components and various forms of swarming technology. In the Air Force's tenure utilizing this range, they've dropped 550 bombs, 580 missiles, over 1.2 million rounds, and 637,000 countermeasures annually in this test range. And if right now, the Go Mesa provisions that this Congress put into law in a very bipartisan way have expired. And the only thing that preserves this area of the Gulf from oil and gas exploration is an executive order that President Trump executed. And so under Ms. Castor's leadership, I hope we're able to achieve that same bipartisan consensus that we achieved during Go Mesa. I would further note that there are some in the Congress who are uncomfortable with any permanent moratorium on drilling. And so if it were to be the committee's preference to present to the House for consideration something that was not a permanent moratorium on drilling in this space, but instead was a 10-year extension of Go Mesa, I've presented that opportunity in amendment number 594 and would ask for that to be viewed favorably in the event that there was not sufficient support for the Castor amendment, which I believe is superior. Next, I want to go to amendment number 37, which I've offered. And this is in response to a program that Mr. Moulton put into the NDAA. Congressman Moulton crafted an amendment in committee that created pilot programs specifically for service members that were the highest risk of getting addicted to opioids, being prescribed opioids, and to create a medical cannabis pilot program for those folks to be able to enter into research, clinical trials, because this is such an at-risk population. I had an ambitious concept to expand that trial beyond merely medical cannabis, also to include psilocybin and MDMA, and that is because I've seen extensive evidence regarding the ability of psilocybin and MDMA to be very helpful to veterans going through PTSD and other forms of traumatic brain injury. And Mr. Chairman, I have a number of documents regarding state legislation on this matter, particularly out of the state of Texas, where they're seeking authorities to engage in this. I would seek the ability to enter that into the record.
Without objection.
In the past, I've sponsored legislation with Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York to allow for research into some of these medical technologies. And so I sent her this amendment with hopes of obtaining her co-sponsorship. And while I did not hear back, she offered precisely the exact same amendment. So I'll take the hint, but I would speak in favor of Ms. Ocasio-Cortez's amendment, which is number 339. So mine's number 37, hers is 339. I don't care who gets the credit. I would just like to see those medical opportunities and those research opportunities available for many veterans. perhaps this is where the amendments I'm speaking for might be viewed a little differently. I would like to also speak in favor of amendment number 2, which I have offered. This is a sense of Congress regarding extremism in the military. I got a tremendous amount of firsthand feedback from service members in my district and frankly around the country that the stand down over extremism created more division in the ranks. I heard from people who talked about the necessity of cohesion and unity and similar experience in military training to achieve the highest level of capability and effectiveness. And the stand down over extremism has created some really lasting schisms, even within units, where our service members are starting to think about racial identity before they think about common purpose. The good news is that following that stand down, on April 5th, 2022, Secretary of Defense Austin said, and I'm quoting directly, that 99% of our people are doing the right thing every day. And also on May 12th, 2022, House Armed Services Chairman Adam Smith said that really this isn't something that white supremacy in the ranks isn't something that anyone should obsess over, essentially. And so I would ask that amendment number 2 be adopted so that our military does not have to go through these types of divisive political performances and everyone's able to get back to the mission that we all know is so important. Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to speak in favor of amendment number 8, which I have offered along with my colleagues, Mr. Jackson of Texas, Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, Dr. Desjardins of Tennessee, Mr. Roy, Ms. Hartzler, and Mr. Posey. And this amendment deals with changes to assignment location and to basing based on disagreement with state law. I'm very concerned that we now have a military that believes that where our service members ought to be assigned is based on whether or not the DOD agrees with the politics of that state. And I hold that view based on the articulation of the Army's policy in a military.com publication where it says, quote, "The policy would ostensibly sanction soldiers to declare that certain states are too racist, too homophobic, too sexist, or otherwise discriminatory to be able to live there safely and comfortably. If finalized, the new rules would clarify situations that would entitle a soldier to so-called compassionate reassignment." Mr. Chairman, I do not believe that any state in our country is too racist or too homophobic or too sexist to host military mission, especially when that military mission is essential to the preservation of our freedoms. And I think we need a vote on whether or not we want a DOD that can just overrule state law and make a decision that there are some states like maybe Texas or maybe Florida or maybe Oklahoma that they want to punish because those are red states and they don't like how those states view abortion or some other issue of social divide. There's also, Mr. Chairman, I'd seek unanimous consent to enter that into the record.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Chairman, the Air Force's position on the matter was similarly stated by Undersecretary of the Air Force Gina Ortiz. She said, quote, "We are closely tracking state laws and legislation to ensure we prepare for and mitigate effects to our airmen, guardians, and their families." I do not know what that means to mitigate effects, but the Undersecretary goes on to say that it deals with what bases that those service members might be assigned to. So that's amendment number 8 that I've offered that I would ask the committee to allow the members of the House to vote on. I also would ask that you allow a vote on amendment number 7, which I have offered. And I'm joined in this amendment with Dr. Jackson, Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, Dr. Desjardins, Mr. Roy, Ms. Hartzler, Mr. Graves, Mr. Good, Mr. Posey, and Mr. Clyde. And this is a sense of Congress that members of our armed forces who refuse the vaccine be reinstated and receive their back pay and rank. There has been extensive impact to the United States' military readiness as a consequence of these vaccine mandates. My staff recently did an analysis just on the investment in training that we lose when we have these thousands upon thousands of separations. And in just our analysis, it was close to $4 billion in training that the United States was losing. And we are a weaker country as following those separations and following the loss of that training, not a stronger country. And I would note this is a time when you've got the military telling us that only 23% of people currently in high school are physically eligible to be in the military. And so we're fishing in a smaller and smaller aquarium for people that are healthy. Then you've got these thousands upon thousands of people who are otherwise perfectly fit and healthy. Matter of fact, the litigation that has been most successful in preserving the rights of our DoD service members was from a group of Navy SEALs, some of the most fit and healthy people on the planet Earth. And if we were to establish the sense of Congress or allow a vote on the sense of Congress, not just as to the question of the vaccine mandate, but this really isolates and ripens the question of reinstatement. Do these people need to be reinstated? And I think that would be very important to ensure that we don't become a weaker country and a less capable country as a consequence of that lack of readiness. And on the issue of vaccine mandates, I would be remiss if I did not also testify in favor of amendment number 17, which I'm joining Mr. Massey in sponsoring with Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, Mr. Garbarino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Kamick, Mr. Buck, Mr. Weber, Mr. Biggs, Mr. Good, Ms. Van Dyne, Ms. Green, Mr. Bishop, Ms. Boebert, Mr. Rose, Mr. Norman, Mr. Posey, Mr. Perry, Ms. Miller, and Ms. Tenney. And this would prohibit the use of funds to require a vaccine mandate for members of the armed forces. Again, I support that for the same policy reasons, but I think that it does present a different question to the House. Do we prohibit the mandate, or do we stand for the proposition that the mandate is wrong and that the people who've been negatively affected by the mandate would be reinstated? And while I know the committee has to be judicious with its floor time, I would suggest, even if you completely disagree with my perspective on vaccine mandates in the military, one cannot deny that there are tens of thousands of our fellow Americans whose lives are totally changed forever as a consequence of this. And I would suggest one more 5-minute vote on that question would be an appropriate action for the Congress to take. The final amendment, Mr. Chairman, I'm here to testify in favor of is amendment number 3, and it relates to hypersonics. I've become increasingly convinced that the battles that we may one day have to fight against our near-peer adversaries are not going to be determined based on the air platforms alone. That is going to be the munitions technologies that determine how close we can get to the fight and how we can hold the high ground. The United States is behind in hypersonics. This is a point that the Secretary of the Air Force has made. This is a point that Chairman Smith has made, and it is a point that Secretary Austin has disagreed with before the Armed Services Committee in his testimony. And so given the fact that the Secretary of Defense has misled Armed Services Committee just as to the factual question whether or not the United States is ahead or behind in hypersonics, I think we should express the sense of Congress that the Secretary's statements were not true. Everyone on the committee knows they weren't true. The chairman knows they weren't true. He even stated his disagreement as such. But that allows us to then focus on it and to be able to pay hypersonics the attention they deserve and to ensure that we don't have a Secretary of Defense who is so flippant with something of such great seriousness. I appreciate the committee's indulgence. I know I'm what stands between you and the White House picnic, but I stand ready for any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Gates? Mr. Burgess?
I just want to thank Mr. Gates for bringing these amendments to the attention of the Rules Committee. I think they're all very thoughtful amendments and well-crafted, and I think he deserves to have a vote on the floor. We should make them in order.
Anybody else? Reshadal gave you the thumbs up, so let the record reflect that. 2 thumbs up. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Now
Thank you,
we
Mr.
go to our
Chairman.
next panel, Representative Gonzalez-Colon, Representative Fleischman, Representative Jackson Lee, and Representative Foster. So we go with Congressman Gonzalez-Colon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment. So my first amendment is 413 that will require the Secretary of the Army to allocate a modular arms range in Puerto Rico. Currently, Puerto Rico only has a firearms range for the Department of Defense. And it's located in Santiago, hours away from some of the Army bases. And Camp Santiago range is also managed by the National Guard. I think you got a lot of noise in the room. And this creates numerous military conflicts and increases the mission readiness. And that's the reason also Puerto Rico's force cannon has the capacity to support a modular small arms range. Not only is there sufficient land for doing that, all force cannon also produce plenty of electricity, which has been an issue for other bases in the past. I just want to include that amendment was included in version of the NDAA that the House saw it last year. The next amendment, 415, will prohibit Secretary of Defense from retiring the mechanized landing craft ships used by Puerto Rico's Army National Guard until such time as adequate replacement is provided. These ships delivered life-saving food, water, and other materials to Puerto Rico's non-continuous islands of Vieques and Culebra, as well as the U.S. Virgin Islands, following the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. But not only did they help following the hurricane, but these ships were also activated in 2019 and again in 2021 to support a lot of my constituents. What will they do next time the Maritime Authority loses access to those islands, but still needs to deliver the goods? That's the reason we need to have this amendment be included. Not will the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps be diverted from their own missions to do what the National Guard can already accomplish? Those are the questions regarding these amendments. All we need to do is allow Puerto Rico's government to continue operating this essential platform until it is replaced, nothing more. If Congress does not act, the landing craft ships in Puerto Rico are going to be decommissioned. As today, there's no plan to replace ships in Puerto Rico. My amendment is limited, Mr. Chairman. I understand the reality that our force must modernize its equipment, and I understand the Mike boat dates back to Vietnam War, so I know there are other ships in development like the maneuver support vessels, and I also know that under the current plan, Puerto Rico will have a critical gap in its ability to respond to natural disasters or emergency situations between the Mike boat's retirement and the provision of replacement ships. What is more, we have no information on when the retirement platform is going to be replaced by, so we cannot estimate what the full risk of this transition is, and we must do better in that. So this amendment will ensure that the National Guard in Puerto Rico can continue to save lives until our landing ship fleet is modernized. And this amendment, Mr. Chairman, was included in the House-passed version last year as well. The next amendment is Amendment 416 that will require the Secretary of Defense to enter into an agreement with the National Academies for the purpose of investigating the health effects on the island of Vieques that may have been caused by toxic waste left by the Navy after 70 years of live fire training. This waste has included heavy metals like lead, cancer-causing fuel, and even depleted uranium. The waste has seeped into the water, land, and food chain to the island of Vieques, as documented by numerous scientific studies and investigation by the Navy. Recent testimonies of the mayor of Vieques before the Natural Resources Committee states that many of the residents draw their water from local wells. The testimony from Dr. Garner during the same hearing revealed that these exposures will likely be present for decades or even centuries to come. While there are numerous studies from government agencies, including the Center for Disease Control and Government Accountability Office, this report will help answer remaining questions while building an existing body of federal and private research. And again, this amendment was included in the House-passed version last year. The next amendment is 417 and will require the Defense Health Agency to conduct a health-related behavior survey among members from the armed forces. This survey was last conducted in 2018, but an updated survey is necessary to provide the DoD new information to understand the health-related behaviors and well-being of service members. Information such as access to mental health care is crucial to know, to identify resources and to continue to improve the services provided to our service members. The next amendment is Amendment 418, and this will give the military retirees with disabilities related to military sexual trauma equitable access to both their retirement pay and disability pay throughout an existing compensation fund. According to the Veteran Affairs Administration, more than 82,000 veterans suffer from PTSD caused by military sexual trauma, and the Department of Defense report that women are more than 7 times as likely to experience MST as men. And members of the LGBT community are more than 6 times as likely to experience this trauma. Currently, there is no road for survivors to receive their disability and retirement pay. This amendment, Mr. Chairman, was included in the House passed version last year. My next amendment will be Amendment 419, that will require the Department of Defense to end its policy defining Puerto Rico and the other territories as overseas for the purpose of providing qualifying veterans and service members' families with health insurance. Every time the term state is defined in Chapter 55 of the Title Number 10, the chapter dealing with medical and dental care, the term states includes Puerto Rico. Even under the regulation for TRICARE 32 CFR Section 199.2, the executive branch also defines state as including Puerto Rico. Yet we don't provide American citizens who fought for the country equal access to care if they live in a territory. For example, I have a constituent named Frankie Perez. Frankie is a global war on terrorism veteran that was medically retired from the armed force due to his service-connected disability. Frankie wants to live in Puerto Rico. His family lives there. He was born there. After his service, he established the Post-Traumatic Arts Foundation to help others veterans to recover from hidden wounds. But Frankie can't receive TRICARE Prime or TRICARE Select, even though he lives near a military treatment facility. Instead, he's forced to accept TRICARE Select overseas. The Department of Defense has the authority to make this change already under their provisions, and they should use it to send a message to veterans living in Puerto Rico, that they're not less than a veteran living in the state. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I would like to end by expressing my unwavering support for the following amendments that I have co-introduced with my colleagues. Amendment 205 from Representative Sablan, Amendments 522 and 554 from Representative Katko, Amendment 553 from Representative Lamb, Amendments 958, 968, and 1001 from Representative Lawrence, Amendment 1178 from Representative Plaskett, and Amendments 852 and 857 from Representative Walls. I want to say thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the committee. And
Thank you very much. And I'm going to now turn to Mr. Fleischman, Representative Fleischman. But Mr. Stauber and Mr. Grossman, if you want to come up to be on this panel, then you can do that. So, Mr. Fleischman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Cole, it's a privilege to be able to offer my amendment number 626 today. My amendment to the bill would lead to both innovation and more competition in the critical area of domestic production of carbon fiber. As we seek to strengthen domestic production, new developments in the field will allow for lower energy consumption, lower production costs at scale, and more competition and resilience in the U.S. industrial base. While we must seek to solidify a strong domestic carbon fiber industry, it doesn't make sense to hamstring ourselves by not allowing for new, innovative processes to emerge. All this amendment does, Mr. Chairman, is to require the Secretary of Defense to conduct a review of the Department's carbon fiber requirements, both for current and future weapon systems. With that, I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
very much. Is Jackson Lee on the line? If not, Representative Foster.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee here. I'm here to request that the committee reverse the FY 2018 NDAA provision that restricts the provision of U.S. funds for the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization's Preparatory Commission, or PrepCom. As the only physicist in Congress, I feel a special responsibility to speak out on the importance of strengthening global nuclear security architecture and to maintain U.S. leadership in this area. And so as we continue passage of the FY 2023 NDAA, I urge the strong consideration of Amendment number 492, which repeals this ban. The argument is simple. Today, we face unprecedented challenges in nuclear security and nonproliferation with the ongoing war in Ukraine, and as some nations pursue the expansion of their nuclear arsenals. Our nuclear security architecture looks shakier than it has since the Cold War, but that will depend on how the U.S. addresses these concerns and how we minimize these threats. A step in the right direction is the reinforcement of international norms against nuclear testing, which is why repealing Section 1279E of the FY 2018 NDAA has never been more important. The CTBT's PrEP Commission is tasked with establishing a verification regime to monitor compliance with the comprehensive ban on nuclear explosive testing. This is technically complex and it's difficult to do perfectly, but that is no reason for the U.S. and the world not to try. And this is particularly includes the on-site inspection element of the treaty's verification regime. When the FY 2018 amendment was enacted and restricted funds for the Preparatory Commission, it undercut our ability to continue our work and engagement with the rest of the world in support of this mission, which impacted the quality and skills of the International Surrogate Inspector Corps for on-site inspection. In addition, it's resulted in the substitution of experts from other countries filling the void left by our absence. These countries include Russia, China, Iran, and others, whose efforts may be focused on dumbing down the capability of the CTBT's verification regime. As a nation, we must continue our efforts to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons and continue our longstanding commitments to international norms and to adhere to international treaties. This year, we can take a concrete action to support these efforts, and I urge your strong consideration of our request. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson Lee.
Let me thank the chairman and ranking member for their attention and respectfully ask consideration of my amendments, some of which I have worked over the years with the Armed Services Committee. I'd just like to emphasize three of my amendments in particular and work with the oversight of the Rules Committee and NDAA on the amendments that are to be submitted. I've worked for many, many years on the issue of post-traumatic stress disorder, and this amendment provides $2.5 million increase in funding to combat post-traumatic stress disorder. According to the NIH, an estimated 3.6% of U.S. adults had PTSD in the past year. It was brought to our attention by war veterans returning home, and really only in the last 2 decades. People with PTSD may startle easily, become emotionally numb, and we have advanced in treatment of PTSD with service dogs, of which we have seen recently in large numbers but had not seen before. My amendment recognizes that these soldiers are first and foremost human, and they carry with them their common experiences. I also want to acknowledge the importance of my amendment dealing with $10 million increase in funding for increased collaboration between the DoD, Office of Health, and National Institutes of Health to research and combat triple-negative breast cancer. We've made sizable improvement over the years. Triple-negative breast cancer falls on a particular population, and it has a very high death rate. It metastasizes very quickly, and the DoD in this research have advanced both the knowledge for treating its soldiers, its active duty soldiers, and as well women in particular, obviously, though breast cancer does attack men as well. and it provides, if you will, the additional research in collaboration with the private sector medical community, and has made great strides in helping to ensure that we can, if not end breast cancer, certainly the deadly gene that brings about metastasized triple-negative breast cancer. In addition, having worked with a young cadet out of the Navy Academy that graduated with $250 million of investment by the United States, he lost his command because he came into the academy as a stutterer. They knew that he was a stutterer. He passed all of his grades. He made a choice of the command that he desired to have. He went through that command, and at the conclusion of it, he was told, by the way, your stuttering will keep you from doing that. We fought every way we could in a bipartisan manner to have this young man restored and to give him a command that he could utilize, his training, but recognizing that he had a stutter. My legislation indicates that cadets of all levels should be assessed in the military academies as they come in, whatever their determination is, that they are trained, and that at the end of 4 years, we don't dismiss someone because they are a stutterer. But we find an ability to use their talents and to make sure that they are utilized in the service of their nation, which they desire to do. This particular young person is now in corporate America, doing quite well. He could have been in the military, serving our nation with his talents. So I ask my colleagues on the Rules Committee to particularly look at these amendments, which include amendments dealing with active shooter and as well maternal mortality. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Starborough.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. This year, I'm offering 7 amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act. The topics of these amendments range from job creation and national security to veterans benefits and medical freedom. These amendments will greatly benefit service members and civilian Americans alike, and I strongly urge you to make them in order. Amendment number 1193 stops some mineral withdrawal in my district, which threatens our national security by furthering our reliance on foreign rivals. America is import reliant on the raw materials we need for everything from our fighter jet tracking systems to equipment for our troops. Amendment 1194 ensures that we have reliable source of steel for, for our defense needs. My district has won world wars for the United States due to our vast natural resources. Right now, the Secretary of the Interior proposes banning taconite development in a huge part of my district. My district provides the raw material needed for America's steel. Our domestic policies are nullifying our natural strategic advantage. Amendment 596 will require the government to pay small business contractors at least half of cost incurred from changing a contract. By eliminating the unexpected financial burdens of small contractors, we will see more small business competing for federal contracts and more economic prosperity for our communities. Amendment 602, it will eliminate the enrollment fees for TRICARE. Service members who retired before January 1st, 2018, and cap the enrollment fees for those who retire afterwards. As a reminder, it was Congress who snuck in a provision to the FY 2017 National Defense Act to create these new enrollment fees and placed a financial burden on our service members who have sacrificed so much for our country. This amendment will right this wrong. Amendment 604 will allow the Navy to solicit contracts from non-home port shipyards for maintenance work should the shipyards meet the Navy's requirement for ship repair work. It is well past time to give the Navy the authority it needs to reduce its maintenance backlog and better address our military readiness. I know the shipyards in the Great Lakes stand ready and willing to serve. Amendment 1205 creates a report from the Secretary of Defense on the effects of domestic iron and steel production on our defense supply chains. And finally, I am offering Amendment 1125. Recently, a grassroots groups of service members created a survey called the Congressional Survey of Accountability, Truth, and Freedom. The survey includes over 60 pages of testimony from nearly 600 service members describing the discriminatory treatment that they have received from the Department of Defense in their attempts to receive a religious or medical exemption from COVID-19 vaccine mandates. Experienced service members are facing the unfair choice of getting the shot against their personal or religious beliefs to continue the patriotic service in defense of our freedoms, or sacrifice their military career and risk the benefits that help their families make ends meet. I am aware that certain branches of the military are self-reporting information on religious and medical exemptions. However, it is important that there is more detailed, congressionally mandated report that requires the Department of Defense to be as transparent as possible regarding their denials of religious and medical exemptions. Amendment 1125 will require the Department of Defense to report every 60 days on the number of religious and medical exemptions for the COVID-19 vaccine requirement requested and denied. The reasons for such denials, the number of members denied an exemption who complied with the requirement, and the number of members denied such an exemption who did not comply and were separated. We need to bring light to just how many service members have been coerced to get the vaccine or forced to separate, and for what reasons. I ask that all my amendments be made in order. Thank you, Chair McGovern, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Grothman.
Thank you. This amendment requires a GAO study to study the financial impacts of reducing the aircraft carrier fleet by one. I realize up here it's very hard to get rid of any program. And, you know, once you're giving money to something, it's hard to stop. I remember reading that aircraft carriers in World War II were kind of obsolete by the end of that war, after we sunk, 4 in 24 hours Japanese in the Battle of the Midway. In part, this bill is to save money, but in part, I believe, particularly with what's going on in the Ukraine, we're going to need a lot more money for things like Scorpions and Javelins, even to replenish our own stock. And I think from what you read's going on around there, big stationary things, be it land-based or sea-based, given the quality of missiles we have out here, are very vulnerable. And from what I've read, and especially talking to people who are experts in the field, these huge aircraft carriers would not last long in a huge war against a quality opponent. I mean, someone like China or maybe even North Korea. Meanwhile, I think we are in danger. I don't think we have adequate cybersecurity. I don't think we are adequately protected against one of these electronic pulse things. I don't think we do a good job of protecting our satellites, which are so vulnerable today. And meanwhile, we're sitting there with 12 aircraft carriers that, like I said, I mean, they may be good if you're fighting a war against Libya or Syria, but against a quality opponent, as I understand it, they might not last very long, like long at all. Not to mention if you sank one of them, they got 5,000 people on each carrier, which would be a complete disaster. I realize I'm asking people just to do a study on changing where we put some of this money. But I really believe with all my heart that, you know, military always likes to fight the last war. And in this case, you're talking about the last war being 80 years ago. The world has changed. We could at least do a study to see whether we need 12 aircraft carriers.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Any questions to this panel?
Mr. Chairman, we have heard a number of amendments on the issue of vaccine mandates and restoring people their rank and their benefits that they lost. I just hope the Rules Committee will take that seriously. You're hearing it from a number of different sources, and it is important, and there are people who are suffering as a consequence of what may well have been a misguided policy a year ago. And I'll yield back.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Mr. Chairman, I almost feel compelled to justify aircraft carriers as a former naval officer, but for the sake of time, I would just say this. If aircraft carriers were obsolete, why is China building aircraft carriers? So I'm just going to pose that and yield back.
we'll ponder that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Food for thought.
Anybody else? Go ahead. Let me thank the panel for being here. Thank you very much. Our next panel is Representative Waltz, Representative Rose, Representative Wenstrup, and our own Dr. Bilrakis. And Dr. Bridges, you can testify on this too. Why don't we begin with Mr. Waltz? Just make sure your mic is on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on my amendments, number 852 and 857, both of which are based on a bipartisan bill I filed with along with Ms. Capter and Mr. Crow, H.R. 7991, the Keeping Russia's Energy and Military Liable for Invading Its Neighbors, otherwise known as the Kremlin Act. We all know that, and I think I would hope agree, that we must continue to take actions to restrict Russia's access to revenue and supplies which are directly flowing into its military arsenal. The war in Ukraine is grinding on, is turning into a war of attrition. The atrocities continue. The threats to our NATO allies continue. And while many U.S. companies, including the vast majority of our large energy companies, have done the right thing, have divested, I do believe we need to be sure that there isn't backsliding. And I think it's important to send a signal that the Russian government, the Putin regime, cannot count on future revenue from U.S. industry going forward. So number 582 would prohibit any company that has business operations with the Russian government, contracts with the Russian government, from contracting with the U.S. government. It would prohibit the U.S. government from contracting with them, I should say. Number 857 applies these restrictions, but it's to Defense Department contracts only. So said differently, the Defense Department, in my view, should not be contracting with companies and organizations that have direct contracts with the Putin regime. There is precedent for the legislation. Section 890 of the FY20 NDAA, I had similar language restricting defense contracts with companies doing business with the Maduro regime in Venezuela. In May of this year, the Defense Acquisition Regulation System issued its final rule to implement that section of the NDAA as it pertained to companies doing business with the Maduro regime. My amendments would apply these same standards in response to Russia's aggression. Again, the U.S. government, the Defense Department should not be contracting with companies profiting from supporting Russian aggression. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield and I urge your support.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the Rules Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And I'd like to address Amendments 631, 728, and 379. I'd like to begin by urging support for my bipartisan amendment, number 631, co-sponsored by the gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Alyssa Slotkin, to prohibit the Securities and Exchange Commission from enforcing any provision of its rulemaking on enhanced and standardization of climate-related disclosures for investors that would directly or indirectly require farmers to submit climate-related information to public companies or the SEC. Under the rule, public companies will be required to report their greenhouse gas emissions, including, in certain cases, those from their suppliers and customers, otherwise known as Scope 3 emissions. The Securities and Exchange Commission estimates the rulemaking, if finalized, will raise the cost to businesses to comply with its disclosure rules from $3.9 billion to $10.2 billion annually. The leap in expense equates to an ongoing additional cost of $420,000 a year on average for a publicly listed small company and over $500,000 a year for larger firms. Companies will pass on these costs to consumers, making things more expensive like food and beverages. Moreover, the companies that are subject to this rulemaking will be forced to obtain information from their suppliers and customers to comply with it. As a result, farmers, as a precondition to doing business with public companies, will be forced to collect and submit climate-related information to them. Because of this rulemaking, food prices will increase and have a harsh impact on our military's food costs. As you may know, the Department of Defense currently spends over $8 billion annually on food for military personnel. And according to the Cambridge University, the volume of food purchased by the American military makes it perhaps the single largest intermediated market for food in the U.S. Two of the largest suppliers of food to the military, Cisco and U.S. Foods, are large public companies that have made climate-related pledges and are subject or would be subject to the SEC's rulemaking. As a result, they will be required under this rulemaking to make disclosures about the greenhouse gas emissions in their supply chains. Last month, I led a bipartisan letter with 118 members of Congress to the SEC expressing concern about the impact of the proposed rule on farmers who do business with public companies. The Securities and Exchange Commission was never designed to be a climate regulator, and I believe my bipartisan amendment would be a good first step in refocusing the SEC's efforts on protecting investors, maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitating capital formation, and away from the imposing unnecessary costs on our farmers. I am also would like to testify in support of Amendment Number 728, the Payment Choice Act, which was submitted by my friend Mr. Payne of New Jersey to protect the right of individuals to pay cash at all retail establishments for transactions under $2,000. Moving towards a cashless society where businesses only accept debit and credit cards or other forms of electronic payment will fall hardest on the most vulnerable Americans and give big technology firms and card processors more control over who may participate in our economy. While technological innovations can be exciting, especially in the payment space, how we spend our money is very powerful information. And for those that have concerns about how that information is being collected, furnished, sold, and distributed by third parties, we must maintain a cash option. Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, currently there are 55 million Americans who lack access to a bank account or credit card and need to use, or perhaps they want to use, cash to pay for their necessities. During the pandemic, the number of businesses that refused to take cash became more widespread, putting these millions of Americans at a distinct disadvantage. All consumers, including members of the military and our veterans, should have the freedom to pay with cash at grocery stores, restaurants, and retail businesses, including at military installations. This is especially true for those who lack access to traditional banking services. I am happy to lend my name as a co-sponsor of this amendment, which would ensure that the words printed on our currency remain true and that they are legal tender for all debts, public and private. Finally, I'd like to address Amendment Number 379, Unmasking the Origins of COVID-19. I am also proud to submit this amendment, which incorporates the text of my bill, H.R. 5004, the Unmasking the Origins of COVID-19 Act. Amendment Number 379 seeks to amend the Rewards for Justice program to authorize reward payments to individuals who furnish information which assist in the identification of the origins of COVID-19. The U.S. Department of State's Rewards for Justice program, which is administered by the State Department's Bureau of Diplomatic Security, has paid in excess of $250 million to more than 125 people across the globe who provided actionable information that helped prevent terrorism, bring terrorist leaders to justice, and resolve threats to U.S. national security. Late last year, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a declassified intelligence community assessment on the origins of COVID-19. The assessment concluded that one intelligence community element assesses with moderate confidence that the first human infection with SARS-CoV-2 most likely was the result of a laboratory-associated incident, probably involving experimentation animal handling, or sampling by the Wuhan Institute of Virology, close quote. According to NBC News, even the World Health Organization is, quote, recommending more investigation into the theory that COVID-19 leaked from a Chinese laboratory, close quote. It is unlikely that we will ever know the exact origins of COVID-19 unless individuals with new information come forward. By allowing the Department of State to pay rewards for information related to the origins of COVID-19, we will increase the chances that the U.S. will be able to ascertain new and valuable information which will allow for all elements of the U.S. government, including our military, of course, to be better able to prepare and or prevent future pandemics. Once again, I wish to thank Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and the members of the committee for your diligence while considering amendments to the NDAA, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have. I yield back.
Mr. Wenstrup.
Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, members of this committee, thank you for allowing me to testify on my bipartisan amendment with Representative Jimmy Panetta, Amendment number 773 for the fiscal year 2023 NDAA. Our amendment seeks to help fix a glaring vulnerability to our combat-ready wartime mission requirements, a major shortage in critical specialty military occupational specialties, which is occurring right now within our ready reserve. This isn't necessarily because of a lack of funding or a shortage of existing personnel specializing in needed fields, such as surgeons, pilots, but it's because people aren't staying, as has been widely reported. They're not staying in the armed forces, and so the armed forces are facing recruitment and retention issues. Representative Panetta and I introduced this legislation at the start of this Congress called the Patriot Retention Act, which aims to give these service secretaries a tool to help them address this issue. Since that time, Representative Crow and Representative Turner have joined us. But last year, a 4-year pilot program based off of our bill was included in the House-passed NDAA, though it was removed during the conference process. So today we're offering the same 4-year pilot program with the hope that we'll finally be able to get it across the finish line. We have a large resource of already trained formerly active duty service members, from doctors to pilots to systems technicians to cyber experts and everything in between. And at the same time, we're facing these critical shortages across the ready reserve that threatens our ability to meet combat-ready wartime mission requirements. Our bipartisan amendment provides an incentive for service members who have 20 years of active duty experience, retired from active duty, to allow them to serve in the reserve. Now, it must be a specialty where there's a critical need as certified by the service secretary for them to then join the ready reserve and continue to serve their country and be ready to serve. Right now, under current law, when an active duty service member completes their 20 years of service, they're eligible to retire and start receiving their retirement pay, the pension which they have earned. So many of them choose to retire completely rather than join the reserve because in most cases, their pension is more than the reserve pay, and current law prevents them from receiving both, even though they've already earned that. Now, I know that when I put on the uniform, it's not about the money, it's about serving the country and ensuring a secure future for our kids. And while I won't speak for anybody else who puts on the same uniform, I believe there are lots of folks who do that job for the same reasons. We also have families, financial obligations, and the next phases of our careers outside the armed forces to consider. But we can remove one of those considerations, the financial consideration, where current law makes qualified personnel choose between the pension they have already earned through their service or receiving pay for performing reserve duties. So our amendment makes a simple change to the statute for these critical specialty MOSs by allowing highly trained, retired service members who are found by a service secretary to possess a skill that is facing a critical shortage of personnel to receive their pension, allow them to join the reserve, and get their reserve pay. The reserve benefits would not be included until they're 60, which is what happens with reservists. Their benefits come at 60. So any additional benefit from their reserve duty would not kick in until they retire at 60 or retire completely. So at the conclusion of this pilot program, we require a report from the service secretaries involved about the efficacy of the program and ask for their recommendation on whether it should be permanent policy. Our amendment is fully offset by extending current VA loan guarantee fee rates, currently set to change in January 31, by just 8 days. 8 additional days of current rates to achieve 4 years of policy that will help the Department of Defense maintain readiness and retain a uniquely qualified workforce, which we have funded and trained for 2 decades in critical areas facing personnel shortages. So at the end of the day, our bipartisan amendment makes a small change to the law that will make a big difference in filling shortages in our ready reserve and strengthening our overall military readiness with experienced soldiers. As an example, the spine surgeon that I know at Walter Reed hits 20 years when he's 45. He has 7 children. He's going to go out and try and make some money so his kids can get a good education. He would be happy to stay in the reserve if his pension was not punished for joining reserve. So I urge my colleagues to support our amendment, make it in order for floor consideration, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Bilirakis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it very much. I don't know, is this thing working? All right, thank you very much. Again, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole, thanks for providing me with the opportunity to testify on the amendments that I offer, number 97 and number 98 to the fiscal year 23 National Defense Authorization Act, led in cooperation with Representative Ruiz and with over 144 co-sponsors between the 2 amendments. The version of my bill, H.R. 1282, which would expand eligibility to certain military retirees for concurrent receipt of veterans' disability compensation and retirement pay or combat-related special compensation. In the past, military service members found to have endured a service-connected disability could not collect their pension and disability pay in unison. To receive VA disability compensation, veterans had to forfeit their retirement benefits and pay back dollar for dollar the amount that would have been owed to them if they had received both benefits. A great injustice. In the fiscal year 2004 National Defense Authorization Act, Congress created the Concurrent Retirement and Disability Pay Program. In doing so, veterans who are 100% disabled were authorized to receive both earned benefits, known as concurrent receipt, for the first time ever. My dad sponsored the legislation, Congressman Bilirakis. Since then, the law has expanded the eligibility to receive military retirement pay and their VA disability pay concurrently to military retirees with 20 or more years of service and a 50% or higher disability rating. Under current law, concurrent receipt for military retirees who have a disability rating of 50% or higher was phased in through 2014. While this certainly marks tremendous progress, much more needs to be done. Medically retired veterans, for example, with less than 20 years of service who were wounded in combat must still offset their DOD retirement pay by their VA disability compensation. Many of these veterans had the full intention of serving for 20 years or more and gained full retirement benefits, but through no fault of their own were unable, due to their service and sacrifice in the line of duty. So in other words, they were injured. This group of retired veterans, who are also known as Chapter 61 retirees, are arguably the most at risk because of their complex combat injuries and are just as deserving, obviously they are, as those who served greater than 20 years of service. By creating the CRDP, I firmly believe that Congress admitted that the offset required of disability veterans was wrong, Approximately 550,000 military retirees are eligible to receive both military retirement pay and VA disability compensation, but are prohibited under the current guidelines of this program. In my view, I see these veterans as essentially being taxed for their service and sacrifice because they were deemed service-connected disabled. Wrong, wrong, and we've admitted that through previous legislation. My amendment, along with Dr. Ruiz, would remove that tax and the disparity between these combat disabled veterans and the rest of the population. This is a very popular and desired policy fix. I think you know that, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member. I want to emphasize that we received over 90 co-sponsors for number 98, and that one was sponsored by Dr. Ruiz and myself, and over 50 for 97, number 97, in the short period available to garner amendment co-sponsorships for this bill. These are two of the most co-sponsored amendments for this year's NDAA, and I recommend you take one or the other, Mr. Chairman, 97 or 98. I'm not asking for too much. This is only dwarfed by the support for the standalone bill and the Senate companion, with over 260 co-sponsors in the House and 58 co-sponsors in the Senate. Most veteran service organizations, including the American Legion, the VFW, DAV, VVA, ANVETS, Military Officers Association of America, Fleet Service Association, the American Ex-Prisoners of War, and the Association of the Navy strongly support this bill. In fact, most everyone on the dais today, on the panel today, has co-sponsored the Major Richard Starr Act, which I sponsored. I ask, as you consider the amendments presented today, that you consider the overwhelming public and congressional support behind these amendments and the Major Richard Starr Act, and rule either 97 or 98 in order for debate on the floor. We're not asking for much. We want to vote on the floor. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify on these amendments, and I look forward to the discussion. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Final person in this panel, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of amendments I hope the committee will consider. Two I'd like to talk about, and then three other amendments from other members. The first one is amendment number 859 to 7900. This amendment requires the Secretary of Defense to submit a report to Congress every 6 months detailing the short and long-term plan for the Pentagon's response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. If it is important that Western countries continue to support Ukraine in its fight against barbaric aggressors, then this assistance must come with a plan. And here's what's really critical. We have not had a briefing from Secretary of Defense, Director of National Intelligence, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, since Russia began their invasion. And as Mr. Waltz already testified, this has become a war of attrition. Early reports were that Russia would quickly roll over Ukraine's defenses and it would be over quickly. It's not over quickly. They are defending their homeland. But we need to know, the administration needs to let us know how it intends to go forward. So this amendment requires the Secretary of Defense to provide the justification to Congress detailing the short term, meaning the next 6 months, and the long term, meaning the next 12 months, in their response to a plan. None of us want to see Putin create a new world order with Russia as its leader, but we cannot simply continue to pump money into Ukraine without a strategy that's backed up by accurate assessments and intelligence and properly related to Congress. For these reasons, I request this amendment be made in order. Amendment number 848 to 7900. This amendment requires the Afghanistan War Commission that was created in fiscal year 2022 NDAA to require that commission to also study the planning and execution of the withdrawal of the armed forces from Afghanistan that occurred in August of last year. It is imperative that we fully understand the withdrawal of our armed forces from Afghanistan, from planning to execution. A lot of us have questions about why was Bagram Air Force Base abandoned as the first measure? Look, we all witnessed last year the withdrawal of Afghanistan descended into chaos, culminating in a terrorist attack on our armed forces and 13 Americans' lives lost in the process. And then in retaliation for that, Afghanistan citizens' lives were lost. The Afghanistan War Commission will conduct a comprehensive review of the decisions related to the United States military involvement in Afghanistan, and it must include a thorough examination of the advice and counsel provided to the President by his advisors regarding the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I'd also like to speak on Amendment number 510, submitted by Pat Fallon of Texas to H.R. 7900. This amendment expresses a sense of Congress. The state of Texas should not be forced to bear the financial burden of border security and should receive adequate resourcing from the Department of Defense to support what's known as Operation Lone Star. Last year, I submitted an amendment to reimburse Texas for the cost of securing the southern border. Unfortunately, that amendment was rejected. Texas should not have to take on the responsibility of the federal government, but that's exactly what Texas has had to do. Last year, Governor Abbott signed into law a bill that would bring the total funding for Texas border operations to $2 billion. To date, Texas has expended approximately $1.5 billion. This means Texans are getting double taxed because the federal government won't do its job. Now, last week, Governor Abbott issued an executive order directing the Texas National Guard and Department of Public Safety to apprehend illegal immigrants who illegally cross between ports of entry and return those individuals to the custody of Customs and Border Protection at points of entry for processing. This bill includes a provision declaring that the situation at our southwest border is in fact a crisis. The administration estimates that at the end of Title 42, more than 18,000 migrants will cross without documentation each and every day. So what more will it take for the Biden administration to act? Fundamental principles of an independent country include defined borders and sovereignty. President Biden is derelict in his duty in letting thousands of undocumented migrants run rampant over our sovereignty. Texas should not have to pay the price for this administration's inability to govern. And I ask that amendment of Representative Fallon be made in order. Mr. McKinley has an amendment number 29 to H.R. 7900 that would this amendment would require or would amend Section 1083, subsection A of the National Defense Authorization Act by adding a sense of Congress that United States energy independence is critical to national security. Energy independence is a critical component of national security. A responsible energy agenda should be to include the production, use, and export of all available energy resources. I've already referenced the problems in Ukraine. It's thrown global energy markets into chaos, coupled with President Biden's actions aimed at crippling traditional fuel industries. American citizens are suffering from continued high energy prices. It is imperative that President Biden and congressional Democrats end their assault on United States energy producers and return to a strategy that focused on American energy independence. And then finally, Representative Warren Davidson of Ohio has an amendment number 479 to 7900. This amendment eliminates the selective service and requires that a draft may only be established for conflicts authorized by Congress, for which the Department of Defense has certified Congress that involuntary inductions are necessary for such conflicts. We've had an all-volunteer force since the draft ended in 1973, and we remain the world's preeminent military power and have done so through the self-sacrifice of men and women in the armed forces on a volunteer basis. This amendment recognizes the reality, celebrates that reality, and eliminates the selective service, except in those instances where Congress sees fit to authorize a draft for purposes of national security by a declared war. And I urge Mr. Davidson's amendment to be made in order, and I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody for being here, for your testimony. Any questions of the panel? Mr. Reschenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick question. Mr. Waltz, I know that Representative Maloney has an amendment that's very similar to yours,
Yes.
at least in title. regarding Russian contracting restrictions. Can you just briefly describe
Sure.
what differentiates yours and
Yeah,
hers?
sure. Well, first key difference, both of my amendments are bipartisan, both sides of the aisle. The other piece is that my amendment focuses on contracts with the Russian government. The chairwoman's legislation, her amendment, targets anyone engaging in any commerce, including the private sector, in Russia. And while her legislation seeks to clarify that it only applies to companies physically present in Russia, the actual prohibition language is far broader. And because it's far broader, I think it's far harder to know what the impacts will be, what the secondary, tertiary impacts will be on our industry, and then also the difficulty of enforcement and implementation. Whereas, again, ours focuses on DoD contracts, mine focuses on U.S. government contracts, and because we obviously have a federal acquisition system and regulation, the previous language that I did, very similar pertaining to the Maduro regime in Venezuela, has already been implemented. And it's very clean, very understandable by industry.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz. I yield back.
Any other questions? Thank you all very much for being here. I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record statements from Representatives Deming, Sablan, Langevin, Strickland, Berra, and Khanna. I want to call up the next panel, Representative Roy, Representative Smith, Representative Crenshaw, Representative Jimenez. And before you, and while you come up, I want to yield to Mr. Morelli for a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just briefly comment on amendment to this bill number 28 offered by Representative DeFazio, which adds the Don Young Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2022 to the NDAA. The reauthorization includes a maritime crewing provision that, while well-intended, could have adverse effects on the offshore wind industry. And right now, there are insufficient numbers of trained American mariners, as well as a crew from a vessel's flag state to man the specialized offshore international construction vessels that are being used in the offshore wind farm installation. So if passed into law, the mandate would block the use of these international specialized offshore vessels, stalling the installation of offshore wind projects, which are very important along the eastern coast of the United States. So every day we see further proof climate change is worsening. We absolutely need to invest in and support the growth of the renewable energy industry. I wanted to express my concerns. I am grateful to the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for discussing these concerns with me and with my staff at great length, and I appreciate they've given assurances that a solution will be found to address these concerns and ensure the offshore wind industry can effectively grow and thrive. It's an important issue. It's important to us all around the country. And again, appreciate their willingness and their commitment to finding a resolution, but I did want to just speak on it, and I appreciate the moments to be able to address it. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Roy.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, a proud member of the Veterans Affairs Committee. I want to address the PACT Act for a moment. Obviously, all of us believe very strongly in ensuring that the veterans who are affected by burn pits. It's a bipartisan agreement that we need to address this issue, and we need to do so urgently. The problem is, I cannot support the bill in its current form, so I've offered an amendment in the nature of substitute that I wish we would bring up. Obviously, I can't offer an amendment on the floor of the House, and this absurd environment we live in, that's not a partisan statement. It's been that way for a while. But the substitute amendment is designed to address the fact that the current PACT Act has a bunch of unpaid for spending, about $285 billion worth of unpaid for spending that we could pay for with existing COVID appropriations. We could pay for with any number of different policy choices we want to make. You could do SALT deduction issues, you could do spending cuts, but we're not doing that. We're going to just appropriate another $285 billion we don't have. And then just kind of hope that we magically continue to be solvent somehow. The second part is addressing the discretionary issue. I know that Ranking Member Bost came forward and addressed that earlier. My amendment would do that in this package. The fact that we're going to take all of this and put $685 billion into a mandatory spending framework is absurd. I mean, we are now getting to the place that we should be pulling things back from mandatory spending, not adding them to it. we are endangering the very country that these veterans sacrificed for. And the purpose of this amendment is to try to address that issue. And finally, I want to address the issue of the fact that the bill has, it's bypassing the existing scientific framework for determining the connection between a condition and toxic exposure and adding 20 conditions with or without scientific evidence. This will give some veterans with certain conditions VA benefits while telling other veterans they must wait for more research. It's going to cause backlog. It's going to cause issues. I've raised this and had multiple conversations in the district I represent, which has, as the committee knows, an enormous number of veterans outside of San Antonio and Austin. I think these issues are really critically important. I wish we would debate them on the floor, not have an amendment that I'm just going to discuss here and rule. It'll be set aside. We'll go to the floor. We'll have a few comments on both sides of the aisle, and it'll just get voted on as a massive $685 billion mandatory spending bill. It's extraordinary that this body is going to do that. With respect to the NDAA, I have a number of amendments. I'm only going to discuss 3 of them here for the sake of time, in respect to the chairman and the committee's time. The first is the continued vaccine COVID-19 mandates. The Department of Defense has already separated hundreds of active duty service members. It's poised to separate another up to 60,000 Army National Guardsmen and reservists. Everybody knows we're having massive recruiting issues. I was at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio last week. We're at 40% recruiting levels right now in the United States Army. We are having all sorts of significant recruiting issues. And right now we're going to take a vaccine which even the experts that were pro-vaccine acknowledge that it does nothing for transmission. And we're going to say that we need to continue to mandate the taking of said vaccine for no discernible benefit, but then lose scores, thousands of our dedicated personnel. It makes 0 sense. I have no idea why that's a partisan issue. It shouldn't be. I understand giving authority to DOD to be able to make sure that our men and women in uniform are healthy and can go out on a submarine, go out on ships and be safe and secure. I get all that. But this is a politicized virus, a politicized vaccine, and we have a vaccine that even our public health officials, who have gotten a lot wrong, by the way, but even our public health officials are acknowledging do nothing for transmission. The second issue, and that's amendment number 329, and that amendment would eliminate the mandate, but also reinstate those who have lost their positions and put them back on retirement track. And I just think that's the minimum that we ought to do, particularly at a time when we're having recruiting difficulties. The second amendment involves the Chinese Communist Party and the continued acquisition of American lands. I think this is an issue that we should address for our national security. We have lands being bought up by our bases. We have lands being bought up in agriculture. We have lands being bought up throughout the United States of America. And the Chinese Communist Party are intimately involved and intertwined with doing it. I've got legislation, and I've offered that in the form of an amendment 503 that would restrict the ability of Chinese Communist Party affiliate members to be able to acquire land. I think we should probably go further than that. I think we should have a robust debate about that, no matter who's in the majority. It's extraordinary that we're allowing that much of our assets, and not just land, by the way. We should be having that debate about our manufacturing capability, about our food production, and ensuring that we have control over all of those resources. And so that would be Amendment 503. And the third one I'll discuss, I won't discuss them all, is the Department of Defense's priority should be to focus on creating a armed forces that are united, lethal, battle-ready for combat, and not involved in, for lack of a better term, kind of woke ideology. And so my amendment number 327 would prohibit federal funds from going to chief diversity officers, senior advisors for diversity and inclusion, or anything substantially similar at DOD. We've had all sorts of stories about, pronouns and emails and the training tapes or training videos at the academies. And if you talk to any of the line personnel, they're sick of it. You want to know why our recruiting is going down? It's because we're turning it into a woke social engineering experiment. You want to have people who will jump out of helicopters, grab guns, and go kill people, and not turn it into social engineering. So we should prohibit that, and so I've offered an amendment to do that. I appreciate the chairman's time.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I have a few amendments. I'll just emphasize 2 if you consider making them in order, you and the committee. My first has to do with a guy named, great guy named Kyle Mullen, who passed away. He had gone for a SEAL training, went through Hell Week during the course of that process. Here's a guy that was a captain of his football team at Yale University, a world-class athlete. And during the course of Hell Week, developed pneumonia, and that's what the autopsy says, and staph infection. and he had no medical attendance to those issues. Began on Wednesday, and by Saturday, he was dead. And he was with another member of that class, not with a medical personnel. This amendment will require, and there is an NCIS investigation underway. His mother, Regina, has been outspoken. I went and visited with her. She's from my district, so is he. And she says this could have been prevented if there was enough attention paid to the well-being and welfare of these individuals. Hell Week is just that, Hell Week. But when somebody is getting sick, as he did, with pneumonia, and there's no medical attendance to that, terrible catastrophic consequences can ensue. This amendment very simply directs the Secretary of Defense to provide recommendations for improved medical care and oversight of individuals in the Navy engaged in high-stress training environments. He was there with one of his, like I said, one of his fellow seamen and died right in his arms, rather than with somebody who was a doctor or somebody who could have helped him. The Second Amendment, Mr. Chairman, seeks to ensure that military personnel discharged solely for not receiving their vaccine will not lose their hard-earned veterans benefits. I have met with 6 people in my district, 2 Marines, 1 guy who was in the Air Guard. He's been in there for 19 years. He applied for a religious exemption, didn't get it. Others tried to get exemptions as well, didn't get it. Very few do. I think it's pretty much a joke. If you apply for it, you're just stretching out how long you'll stay in the military while they adjudicate your case. But when you are thrown out of the military, you get a general discharge. Now, general discharge means you can't use your GI Bill. I was once the chairman of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs. I wrote the GI Bill increase for the Montgomery GI Bill, a 60% increase, and then along came an additional GI Bill, the 21st Century GI Bill for post 9/11. 2 wonderful ways of saying to our men and women in uniform, we're here for you, and we want you to use this benefit. The beauty of the benefit, however, it also applies to family members. So this guy, this man, this service member, 19 years of duty, had COVID when he was in the Middle East, so he believes he's got some protection that way. His GI Bill is being used for his children, because it is a transferable benefit. All of that is gone with a general discharge. I'm asking respectfully that we raise that to honorable. Plus, any one of us, you go to an employer and you present your resume and it says general. Most people in HR know that general, what's wrong? What did you do to get that kind of downgrade other than honorable? It could hurt them for the rest of their lives, but it does take away, absolutely takes away the GI Bill, and I would hope that we could correct that with the NDAA. You know, when I was chairman, I wrote a law for those with the so-called Persian Gulf mystery illness. I'll never forget, in holding those hearings before we actually wrote the law, we were told that all these hundreds of thousands of men and women in uniform who have been deployed to the Persian Gulf with the mystery illness, that it was just simply anxiety. And I said, what about people who were never deployed anywhere else? They were still at Fort Dix or McGuire in my district, never deployed. They had the same thing. The bottom line, we do believe it was the anthrax vaccine and an accelerant that was put into it to use yes or less, but you also cause some problems with people with autoimmune diseases or perhaps create them. Long story short, over time, and we did provide service connection disability in my law for those men and women who suffered from it, and I think that was a good thing, and a registry. But we also found that the VA, and especially the DoD itself, began to temper down who gets that vaccine and how much of it they get. They changed the dosage because it did have real serious problems. I respectfully ask that we at least give our men and women in uniform who have served the ability to get an honorable discharge.
Thank you, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you to the committee, and I appreciate you having me here. I have a variety of amendments that I've put before the committee. I'll just talk about one today, number 636. And this is an important one because it gets at a potential solution that we've long ignored for our veterans and our service members with PTSD. About 27% of post 9/11 veterans are diagnosed with PTSD. It's the 4th highest service-connected disability of all recipients, with more than almost 1.2 million veterans receiving compensation for it. There's been more than 800,000 service-connected disability claims related to mental health from the global war on terror alone. During the 20 years of war, there's been a greater acceptance of the psychological and moral toll of the war. Early on, seeking help was stigmatized. Now, it's not just accepted, but encouraged, and that's a good thing. Treatments have advanced as a result with counseling and other more effective treatments. While the advancements in treatments for PTSD is something to celebrate, we can't allow that celebration to turn into complacency. We have to push forward and encourage medical innovation and exploration, and even if it means getting outside our comfort zone. This is what I offered. This is why I offered this amendment to allow the Secretary of Defense to provide grants for research into the use of psychedelics to treat PTSD among service members. I understand most people will hear the term psychedelic and have negative connotations, and they may even believe that what I'm proposing would allow service members to start experimenting with psychedelics on their own without supervision, or that I'm advocating for descheduling. That's not the case. I am proposing that research that has been done at the private sector and even at the VA be expanded to include service members so they can stay in uniform and continue to serve. Lessons they learned in our last wars need to be passed on so that we don't lose that experience as we approach the next horizon. The use of psychedelics to treat PTSD is not new or isolated or fringe. My home state of Texas recently passed a law that allows research institutions to study the use of psychedelics to help veterans with PTSD. Research was first conducted at the VA in the 60s when scientists considered psychedelics a potential game changer in treating psychiatric conditions. But as recreational use increased, the studies were abandoned until recently when the VA re-implemented the program last summer after FDA and DEA approval. Now imagine if that research had continued and we knew the full potential of psychedelics to treat PTSD among veterans. If we look at private sector research that uses MDMA, we see that 88% of trials have a significant reduction in symptoms and 67% no longer have PTSD. How many of the more than 65,000 veterans who have taken their own life since 2010 would still be with us if those studies from the 60s had continued? This isn't just an abstract or theoretical. It is not just numbers. The use of psychedelics to treat PTSD has a face. It is service members, people like Jonathan Lubecki, a veteran who suffered from PTSD and made multiple suicide attempts. Jonathan credits 3 treatments with MDMA across 7 years as the reason his son, Joey, quote, has a father instead of a folded flag. Jonathan believes in his treatment so much he's dedicated his life's works to it, serving as the Veterans and Government Affairs Liaison for MAPS, which is the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. It is also special operators, guys like Marcus Capone, who's a SEAL Team 6 operator who credits psychedelic therapy with not just treating his PTSD, but saving his life and bringing his family back together. Like Jonathan, after Marcus's experience with psychedelics to treat PTSD, has committed himself to assisting others. He does so through VETS, Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions. It's a nonprofit that serves the special operations community with grants so they can go abroad and get the psychedelic treatment that was so crucial to helping Marcus. And the SEAL teams and the special operations community, we are ingrained with the value and commitment to help our teammates. And I think that's why he's doing what he's doing. I know plenty of others who have done that exact same treatment, very close friends of mine, and their stories are all the same. It was absolutely life-changing. It changed everything for them. 1 day of treatment. And I asked that my amendment be made in order so that this House can consider this new and innovative way to treat our service members and give them a chance to continue to serve while taking part in treatment that can help them function not just in uniform, but in life. They deserve that option. It's worth noting, we had this opportunity a year ago to pass this into law, but we did not. It was not made in order. We cannot lose another year with suicide rates the way they are. We should not be forcing our service members or our veterans to use nonprofits and go down to Mexico to get this treatment to save their lives. We should be looking into it at least ourselves. And this amendment only starts pilot programs and only starts the studies to do so. It's a small start, but it's a necessary one, and we can't lose another year in doing so. Appreciate the committee's time, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Jimenez?
Thank you, Chairman McGovern. My amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act limits the use of Homestead Air Reserve Base to official military purposes only. Formerly known as Homestead Army Airfield, it once served as a stop for aircraft making their journeys overseas. Today, the base is an essential component of the Homestead community and has fulfilled an important role in serving as a training ground for men and women in the Air Force Reserve. Preserving the Homestead Air Reserve Base for its original intent and purpose is critical to protecting our national security interests. This legislation will ensure the base functionality and main objective are stated by law as such. allowing aircraft not affiliated with our military or armed services to utilize an air reserve facility would only compromise our country's national security, prohibiting joint use of the Homestead Air Reserve base limits, and ensures the protection of our strategic interests. Also will help preserve the surrounding environment and nearby Biscayne Bay. We must take decisive measures to ensure our interests domestically and abroad remain protected by adopting sensible, robust solutions. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Anybody in the panel have any questions for our witnesses? Dr. Burgess?
Just a comment, and Mr. Roy, thank you for bringing the PACT Act observations that you brought to the committee. I think it's important. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mike Mullen, said back in 2011 or so that the #1 threat to our national security is our national debt. That was true then. It's more true today. And to me, the disappointing thing about the PACT Act was we didn't even try to find an offset. And we heard the chairman of the Veterans Committee, his admonitions to me when I asked that question earlier. But it is important to national security, and we do need to pay attention to debt. And Mr. Crenshaw's amendment about the treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder, I think he is exactly 100% right on this, and we should make that amendment in order and allow members to vote their will on the floor. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Reschenthal.
Just a quick question for Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, when you're talking about vaccines in the military, I've often described this as a nonviolent purge of the military because it's conservatives that are leaving because of the vax mandate. And the irony about it is that if you look at the statistics, young military men and women are by far the less likely to have issues with this pandemic. Do you want to talk about the cost-benefit analysis of the risk mitigation factor and the cost of losing personnel?
Yeah, well, I appreciate my friend from Pennsylvania in that question. I mean, let's just look at, CDC Director Walensky. She co-authored a letter, quote, "There is no evidence for lasting protective immunity to SARS-CoV-2 following natural infection." That was October of 20. January 22, CDC published a report showing natural immunity is 6 times stronger than the vaccine. March 29, 2021, Walensky, quote, "Vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick." August 5th, 2021, Walensky, "What they can't do anymore is prevent transmission." Look, I don't know why we're doing what we're doing. I mean, I've got members of the military. I assume everybody's had them come into your office. I had a major come in. I'm not going to say his name for his privacy. And he was teary-eyed after 19 years of service, facing leaving the service at 19 years. I mean, what are we doing? It makes absolutely no sense. There's no purpose here from a military readiness standpoint. This has been politicized from the get-go. And we've got actual service members with lifelong service who are going to face expulsion, loss of their entire career, the issues that we already talked about in terms of whether you're generally discharged versus honorably discharged, all those questions. But you shouldn't be discharged at all. You shouldn't be facing this. And again, I don't question deferring to military leaders with respect to making judgment calls, particularly when you're talking about something like a ship or submarine or close quarters, and those that have served in the military could expand on that greater than I. But the idea that we're broadly speaking going to do that, when we have the massive recruiting problems that we have right now, again, the United States Army, we're at 40% in terms of attaining the levels of recruiting. And we're going to allow our brave men and women to be removed for a vaccine that the CDC director says does nothing with respect to transmission. We're talking about the healthiest of the healthy who are in the military, and we're going to say, sorry, peace out after your service. It defies common sense. And we're going to pass a Defense Authorization Act. We should prevent that. We represent constituents who want to serve, and they're literally crying in my office saying, I can't serve.
Thanks, Mr. Roy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Any other questions to the panel? Hearing none, thank you very much. You're free to go. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on H.R. 7900? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on H.R. 7900. So I think we're going to recess subject to the call of the chair. I expect that we will not reconvene until at least 6:15. But it won't be earlier than that. I'll put it that way. But the hope is that we can get this. But if it's not going to be that, we will let you know as soon as we know it won't be that, which hopefully will be you know, if you're going to the White House picnic.
I'm going to have a cigar.
Okay, well, we'll make sure that it doesn't interrupt that, right? But,
Thank
all right, with that, okay, good, thank you.
Soul of consideration.
The Rules Committee will come to order. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant H.R. 79.
The gentleman from Oklahoma.
Yes, sir.
Any, is there any objection? Hearing none, the reading is dispensed with. We want to thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for his.
Now, if the gentlelady from Pennsylvania had been reading, I would have not.
So you've heard the motion from the gentleman from New York. Is there any amendment or discussion? Mr. Cole.
Well, first I'd ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the following statement by Representative Pfluger in support of amendments to H.R. 7900, statement by Representative Eldey in support of amendment number 223, H.R. 7900, statement by Representative Delmer in support of amendments number 448 and 450 and 454, and statements by Representative Smith in support of amendments number 991, 994, and 1072.
Without objection. Further discussion or amendments? Mr. Cole.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 367 to H.R. 7900, offered by Mr. Gottemeyer, of New Jersey. The amendment requires that the Department of Defense issue a report confirming that none of their contractors participate in or are engaged in the so-called BDS movement. Mr. Chairman, BDS is an immoral campaign that makes it more difficult to achieve a peaceful resolution in the Middle East. Major leaders of the BDS movement have never been happy with the solution. They don't believe in Israel's right to exist. The United States government shouldn't endorse policies attacking one of our strongest allies and the lone democracy in the region. If you don't agree with the policy, the amendment deserves to be considered on the House floor, and I urge its adoption.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
On that, I request a recorded vote,
Recorded
Mr.
vote is
Chairman.
requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter. No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
How was Mr. Reschenthaler recorded?
Mr. Rushenthaler is not recorded. Mr. Rushenthaler, aye.
Is Mr. Raskin recorded? How is he recorded?
Mr. Raskin is not recorded.
Mr. Raskin?
Please record Raskin, no.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendments not agreed. Further amendments? Dr. Burgess.
I have an amendment to the rule to make an order, amendment number 848 to H.R. 7900, offered by myself. This amendment requires the Afghanistan War Commission created in last year's NDAA, the 2021 NDAA, to study the planning and execution of the withdrawal of armed forces from Afghanistan in August of 2021. Mr. Chairman, it's imperative that we fully understand the chaotic and deadly withdrawal of our armed forces from Afghanistan so that the mistakes of the past are not repeated. The American people deserve to know whether our military leaders are providing the best advice and counsel to the President or how we can improve upon the decision-making in life and death situations. So I urge the committee to accept this sensible motion and make this amendment in order.
All right, you heard the amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'd ask for a recorded.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter. No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Raskin?
Mr. Raskin.
He's asleep.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole?
In your heart, you know he's right, yes.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Agreed to. Further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make in order amendment number 180 to H.R. 7900, offered by myself. This amendment ensures that no more than 49% of all non-tactical vehicles at a military installation are subject to the electric vehicle pilot program to be part of the program. Mr. Chairman, we should not be testing the majority's Green New Deal politics on military installations at the potential expense of military readiness. We should not be piloting the transition of federal vehicles to electric vehicles using our military to do that. More than any other federal entity, our military needs to be able to respond and react quickly, sometimes over long distances and difficult terrain. We should not be testing electric vehicle pilot programs in these situations. I urge the committee to accept this motion and make the amendment in order so the whole House can vote on this sensible amendment.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Again, I think this amendment cuts an important part of the bill that makes investments in energy resilience. I think it's important, should remain in the bill, and for that reason, I urge a no vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. No. Be the chair, the noes have it.
Let's have a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Matters not agreed to. Further amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make in order amendment number 510 to H.R. 7900, offered by Mr. Fallon of Texas. This amendment expresses the sense of Congress that the state of Texas should not be forced to bear the financial burden of border security and should receive adequate resourcing from the Department of Defense to support the Operation Lone Star. Mr. Chairman, the state of Texas has spent almost $1.5 billion of Texas taxpayers' dollars to secure the border. Texans should not be double taxed because the federal government will not do its job and secure our national borders. We recently saw, the Budget Committee went down on a border trip, saw $350 million of wall material just sitting in a lot in McAllen, Texas. Meanwhile, thousands of migrants are crossing into this country without documentation every single month. We have far surpassed the highest number of apprehensions in Customs and Border Protection history. At the very least, Texas should be reimbursed for the cost of doing the job that the federal government will not do.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Being the chair, the noes have it.
I disagree. I think we overwhelmed you on that one. I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach?
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Matters not agreed to. Further amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 131 to H.R. 7900 offered by myself. This amendment would prohibit DoD funding from flowing to the New York-based nonprofit organization EcoHealth Alliance for any work performed in China. EcoHealth Alliance is led by Peter Daszak, who has a troubling record of failing to report findings from federally funded research, refusing to cooperate with congressional oversight, and collaborating with the Chinese Communist Party to obstruct a thorough investigation into the origins of COVID-19. Let me repeat that. Peter Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance conspired with the CCP to cover up the origins of COVID-19 by withholding information about the research conducted at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, praising the CCP's sham World Health Organization investigation, and parroting inaccurate CCP propaganda. Notably, this amendment was included in the fiscal year 2022 NDAA signed into law last December. Given EcoHealth Alliance's troubling history and Peter Daszak's outright lies, it's essential we continue to prevent DoD funding from supporting this organization's work in China. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my motion. I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I speak in favor of the gentleman's amendment? This is extremely important, and it is shocking that we have not had a proper investigation into the origins of the coronavirus, and we are funding, in an adversarial country, gain-of-function research that possibly could have been responsible for the outbreak of this pandemic. Every single one of us in this committee sat here in the early days of this pandemic worried about what was going to befall us. Mr. Reschenthaler has brought a sensible amendment. It was part of the NDAA last time, deserves to be part this time. We can't be funding this type of research in a major adversarial country. It is, the American people deserve us to do our job, and this is one place where sadly we failed.
Well, I just respond by saying the amendment is unnecessary. In response to last year's HASC NDAA report, the Congress has been notified that between FY 12 through 21, DoD has made no awards to EcoHealth Alliance that involve work performed in China or involve the Wuhan Institute for Virology as a prime contractor or subcontractor to EcoHealth. So, Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually think you make Mr. Reschenthaler's point, which is, if that's the case, then we ought to accept this amendment. And I will point out to my friends on the other side, Mr. Reschenthaler actually offered a very similar amendment in the House Appropriations Committee, and our friends on the Democratic side who did accept it. So I'm surprised that we can't accept it here, because it's been accepted by your colleagues in the Appropriations Committee as recently as 2 weeks ago.
Well, then you're all set.
No, we haven't passed the appropriations bill. We will pass this bill. Appropriations, I'm hopeful. I'll be working with our distinguished chair, Ms. DeLauro, but we haven't done that. We ought to do that here. We ought to give everybody the opportunity to vote on my friend's deal. And again, your own side has accepted this in the appropriations bill. I'm astonished that it's a problem here. Yield back.
The vote is now on the Reschenthaler amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Be the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I request your recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier? No. Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross? No. Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
Mr. Perlmutter is not recorded. Mr. Perlmutter, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Mr. Chairman, I thought I was going to get Mr. Perlmutter on that one, but I did not. But it's okay.
That's
Maybe
because he wasn't paying attention.
it's all good. That's
Either
okay.
you or me.
I do have another amendment, though, to the rule.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee make and order my amendment number 325 to H.R. 7900. This amendment expresses a sense of Congress that the Secretary of Defense should work with the Secretary of State to provide foreign military financing to Taiwan to help address critical gaps in their self-defense capabilities. Last August, President Biden's disastrous surrender in Afghanistan and the withdrawal that we saw marked one of the worst foreign policy decisions in American history. This year, we witnessed Vladimir Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine, which I believe was a direct result of the capitulation we saw in Afghanistan, our weak U.S. leadership on the global stage, and a general acquiescence to bad actors internationally. China is closely watching the Biden administration as it kowtows to our adversaries, and China is watching with an eye toward taking Taiwan. The U.S. must support the defensive capabilities of the free and independent nation of Taiwan against the threat of invasion by China. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my motion, and with that, I yield back.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Not the voters on the Reschenthaler amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Not agreed to further amendments. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make and order my amendment, number 326, to H.R. 7900. This amendment requires a report from the Department of Defense on the national security implication of a TRIPS waiver. In May 2021, the Biden administration announced it would waive IP protections for COVID-19 vaccines. This decision undercuts American medical innovation and jeopardizes the United States' ability to respond to future pandemics. America leads the world in biotech research with 80% of all experimental medicines in the global developmental pipeline coming from U.S. labs. Waiving IP protections for U.S. innovation threatens U.S. jobs, it undermines future research into cures and treatments, and alarmingly, this allows global competitors to unfairly obtain and use for national industrial purposes critical information concerning biopharmaceutical production. My amendment is necessary to ensure Russia, China, and other adversaries who threaten the U.S. and our allies cannot use American intellectual property for their own gain. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my motion, and I yield back.
Appreciate the gentleman's comments. Any discussion? I just want to say, we have made 650 amendments in order, including 219 bipartisan amendments, 84 Republican amendments, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania got more amendments made in order than I did. Maybe you... Well, you know, but
I'm just curious.
Well, I don't know. I'm not good at that. I know. Well, but I simply say that, you know, that it's not that, I don't want the record to reflect that the gentleman was shut out here, but I appreciate it. No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking to Mr. Reschenthaler. Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, again, I'd like to know how many Democratic amendments were made in order. This is your bill. It's a majority. It's extraordinary to me that you have to amend your own bill as much as you do, and we get as few amendments as we do. And Mr. Reschenthaler's amendment is a very reasonable amendment.
Very inclusive.
So how many Democratic amendments were made in order?
347.
347. How many Republican members?
84.
And what's the balance?
And 200,
About even?
And 219 bipartisan.
Yeah, and we are the minority. And, you know, you shouldn't have to amend your own bill this much, and we shouldn't have as much difficulty in just offering amendments that we're probably going to lose on the floor. So I just make that point, yield back.
Yeah, I think we submitted more than you by far, by the way. But anyway, but let me...
I'd be happy to compare the numbers between
and this is...
and this conference on your side for 4 years in terms of who we approved more.
No, I said we offered,
Republicans.
we offered more amendments to this bill than you did.
You wrote the bill.
Yeah, well, there's a bipartisan...
We didn't write it together.
No, it's a bipartisan bill that, quite frankly, not all of us on this side are going to support, and I assume not all the people on your side are going to support. So this is a... All right, so anyway, your amendment.
One more amendment, Mr. Chairman.
We didn't take a vote on yours, did we?
Oh, we did not? Okay.
All right.
Excuse me.
All right, so the vote is on whatever that Reschenthaler amendment was. All those
Aye.
in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very appreciative of all the work we've done on this bill. I don't want you to think I discount that, especially, I just wanted to note that you and I had an amendment made in order regarding food insecurity for the military. So you and I actually had an amendment made in order regarding food insecurity. So I want you to know I appreciate us working together.
I appreciate the gentleman, too.
Yeah, thanks. All right.
And I invoke your name all the time.
Thank you. Likewise, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. I have one more amendment, and this is Mr. Stubbe's amendment, Amendment 731 to H.R. 7900. This amendment adds a statement of policy regarding anti-Israel bias at the United Nations. Mr. Chairman, as we have stated here many times, Israel is not only a friend, but a strong ally of the United States. This amendment would add a statement that it is the policy of the United States to seek the abolition of the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Israel. Additionally, this statement would include the U.S. policy of combating systemic anti-Israel bias at the United Nations Human Rights Council and other international forums. The UNHRC recently released its first one-sided report, which attempted to delegitimize the state of Israel and whitewash Palestinian terror organizations. This egregiously biased action perpetuates the UN practice of unfairly singling out our ally Israel, and I might mention the only majority Jewish nation in the world, unfairly singling out Israel while refusing to hold actual bad actors accountable. For reference, the UNHRC does not even have a commission of inquiry into the clearly documented genocide that China is committing against the Uyghur population. This highly controversial commission has been roundly denounced by members on both sides of the aisle, as well as numerous senior officials from the Biden administration. I urge adoption of my motion, and with that, I yield back.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Reschenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. The noes have
Mr.
it.
Chairman, I'd request recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment.
Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 50 to H.R. 7900, offered by Mr. Pfluger of Texas. This amendment prohibits DHS funds from going to universities that have ties to the CCP. Mr. Chairman, the Confucius Institutes are educational and promotion organizations affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party. In recent years, these organizations have increasingly come under greater scrutiny due to seemingly being run as propaganda campaigns from the CCP. Given that this legislation's goal is to defend our borders and interests, we should not be allowing government funds to go towards institutions affiliated with a geopolitical adversary. Even if you disagree that the government should not fund the advancement of China's political agenda, this amendment certainly deserves the opportunity for a debate. I urge adoption of my motion, and I yield back.
Heard the gentlelady's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Fishbach amendment. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. Saunier, no. Ms. Ross? No. Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Members not agreed. Further amendments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mrs. Fishbach.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 102 to H.R. 7900 offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. This amendment prohibits the use of funds for departments and agencies under this bill to refer to Taiwan as anything other than Taiwan. Mr. Chairman, on January 10th of last year, the State Department under Mike Pompeo lifted its prohibition on using terms like country or government when referring to Taiwan. The Biden administration's own Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, has referred to Taiwan as a country, showing a bipartisan acknowledgement that our policy of strategic ambiguity towards Taiwan doesn't necessarily require ambiguous words to describe it. Since then, the State Department has spent staff time and resources wordsmithing their websites to appease the CCP by removing references to Taiwan as a country. The Taipei Act of 2019, which passed the House unanimously and was signed into law in March of 2020, makes it crystal clear that Taiwan is a sovereign nation. Mr. Perry's amendment would echo the Taipei Act and clear the confusion of verbiage towards Taiwan for the Biden administration, allowing them to focus on more on establishing stronger ties with an important social and economic ally in the Pacific region. I urge adoption of my motion, and I yield back.
Heard the gentlelady's amendment. Any discussion? Not, the vote is on the Fishbach amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? No. Being the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaunier? No. Mr. DeSaunier, no. Ms. Ross? No. Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Members not agreed to. Further amendments?
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 206 to H.R. 7900 offered by Ms. Van Dyne of Texas. This amendment would require a report on the vulnerabilities of the food supply chain and a report to Congress on administrative and legislative Congress to help improve supply chain security. Mr. Chairman, food security is national security, and increasingly our food supply chains are being strained. This amendment would bring the Defense Intelligence Agency into the fold to help us identify vulnerabilities in the supply chain. Increasingly, adversaries are targeting food to cripple nations. We need to look no further than the current conflict in Ukraine to see evidence of this. Ms. Van Dyne's amendment is a small step to ensure the food supply chains that keep our grocery shelves stocked and families fed are adequately protected. I urge adoption of my motion, and I yield back.
You heard the gentlelady's amendment. Any discussion? Not, the vote is on the Fishbach amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Being the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaunier? No. Mr. DeSaunier, no. Ms. Ross? No. Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Members not agreed to. Further amendments? Wait. Okay. So, the vote now is on the motion from the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Perlmutter? Aye. Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Scanlon, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. DeSaulnier? Aye. Mr. DeSaulnier, aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk, report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
Motion is agreed to, and Mr. Morelli will carry it for the Democrats. And Mr. Cole will do it for the Republicans. So thank you, everybody. Thank especially the staff for going through a record number of amendments. And that's it. So with that, the committee is adjourned.